Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Wednesday, January the 20th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Quick sound check, and can you see my screen, please? Yes and yes. Thank you very much. All right. Look at Netflix, guys. Boy, they released after hours yesterday. Look at that move for Netflix after hours. Yes, they said they're finally going to be profitable. They're not going to have to raise any more money to fund new projects and actually maybe initiating a buyback program. So Netflix up 14%. I think I read that they had 100 million subscribers in 2017, 200 million now. That's a big wow. So what else is happening? AMC, this is a continuation from yesterday. We talked about this one yesterday. It had a big gap, and the gap is continuing. I guess they've finalized a $100 million financing they've raised, so trying to come back from the brink of bankruptcy. CLBS. Some kind of a mid-stage study. Oops, type the right symbol in. CLBS. That is the news, and probably equally as important is Wainwright has put one of their aggressive price targets on it, $14 price target. So this is a huge pop for CLBS. Relatively low, well, it is a low float, 17 million in the float. Gevo, of course, this is one of the huge movers yesterday. This is gapping down. They're doing a financing. It's like 43.7 million shares at $8 a share. So they're raising a whack of money. It's off the financing price. The financing price is $8, so it's a little bit above the financing price. Another big mover from yesterday, still strong today. Look at that move yesterday for INUV. It's above yesterday's high now. INUV up another 20%. Big volume, 34 million already. And they have also, they're doing a financing too. It's pretty good. $1.10 a share, so it's above that financing price. Excuse me, 6.25 million shares, it looks like, at $1.10 a share. Another one from yesterday, we've got some ones that are just continuing, some small ones. Dare, up another 35% for DARE. Take a look at this one, FUTU. What a run still. Had a big day yesterday, even bigger today. Look at this, up 13%, FUTU. So again, keep an eye on Tiger, TIGR. Another China fintech, Fin. This is up 7%. This is going to, looks like it's going to try to challenge that all-time high way back here. This was its IPO. Boy, it's 3 years ago, or 2 years ago already. Back in March of 2019, their IPO. ACRS is on the move, and they've done a financing, and that hasn't stopped it. Okay, so they've announced the price. Okay, 5.5 million shares at $17.50 a share. That's way above the financing price. Write this down. PCTI. Okay, so PCTI, big move after hours yesterday, all the way up to 13.50 or so. It is starting to move down quite a bit here. It's still up 8%. Trying to see if there's any specific news on it for today. I don't see any. PCTI. Yeah, we just talked about that financing for INUV. LAC, another one that did a financing. We actually got halted in the pre-market. LAC did a financing and at $22 a share. So another one above the financing price. UAVS. Again, that was a trade of the week. Was it last week or 2 weeks ago? I can't remember. What What a move. Another great move for UAVS this morning. Big volume, 1 million shares already. And of course, the SPY is on the move up. I think I read somewhere today that the SPY, since the election day, is, well, it's probably up now more, is up 13%, which is the biggest increase for a new president in modern day history. Interesting. OBLN. Yeah, wow, look at this gap, just gapping. Filing says pursuant to merger agreement. I guess they're looking some kind of a merger agreement, but OBLN, another low float situation. The high over here is 313. Now, Zach, you made an interesting comment. Can I find that comment that you made? Something about shorts are going to be messed up with the GRTS. Wasn't quite sure I understood that comment. Watching it move down, when you made the comment, I thought it was popping up. Now, I had a huge move after hours yesterday. GRTS. They did actually have some. News. Yeah, UAVS actually did not. Well, understand when we say it didn't trigger, that's only for purposes of that graph. Okay. It's just like the GGLY. The GGLY, I mean, it may trigger later on this week. It may trigger next week. 319. It may not trigger at all. But the UAVS, that, again, when we talk about triggering, it's only on the Monday or Tuesday that we use the statistics to construct that graph that I show, or that chart that I show. Now there's bulletin board. I keep wanting to say bulletin board. Look at BlackBerry, continues to move higher here. BB just continues to move higher. Strong. 3 days, really. I mean, that's, this was this is almost doubled from here, almost. Yeah, 10 cent, another TME, another move higher, TME. We had a couple of the SPACs. I saw IPOE was just ripping a little bit. Yeah, I mean, this is up. IPOE is up. There was another one, starts with the letter D. Where are you? Which is the one, it was DY something or other, another SPAC that I was, they're just kind of difficult to intraday trade, I find, but somebody's going to put it there. I know somebody is going to rescue me here. DY, thank you. I knew somebody would do it. You're right. DMYD. DMYD. Thank you very much. Yeah, this was really moving. And this is an all-time high. Of course, another one of these SPACs. I don't know who they're trying to merge with. Casino Tycoon. Okay, so obviously this looks like this will be a gaming type stock. Now, the difference between yesterday and today that I can see already is that I've got a lot of gap ups, like I had yesterday. A lot of gap downs, though, too. A lot of gap downs. I think yesterday I only had about maybe 10 pre-market that were gapping down, that were fitting my filter requirements. Still have way more gap ups, but still. So it might be a bit of a mixed bag today. EDSA is another one that is gapping up. And if you want what I look at in the pre-market, as always, I am sharing a lot of scans. So just let me show you how you can get those scans if you want. So if you click on my homepage link and you go to the scans, various scans right here, click here. So these are the 4 that I use in the pre-market: the gap up, gap down, pre-market up, and pre-market down. These are the 4 that I use. I've been using them for years and years and years. All right, it's 9:15. Let me do a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. Yeah, we have quite a few more downgrades than upgrades this morning. Let me get some of the upgrades in. Quite a few more downgrades though. DraftKings was on my list also. DraftKings DK, I see it has an upgrade from Morgan Stanley, DKNG. Netflix upgraded. Yeah, maybe want to keep an eye on Lite, L-I-T-E. I see an upgrade by Goldman. I'll bring that chart up once I get rid of or finish up. Here are the upgrades. So let's take a look at Lite, see what it's doing pre-market. Okay, so yeah, it's up a little, way out of the price range I like to trade, but nonetheless, this is up. I don't know if it's up just because of the upgrade, but all right, let's take a look at some of the downgrades this morning. Well, in fact, we got a downgrade for Stifel is downgrading Lite. Goldman is upgrading them. So who will win? Just a few more downgrades to go. OBLN continues to move higher here. I'm hearing it. Text to voice. And I see Beyond Meat is taking a bit of a hit this morning, BYND. All right, there you have some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. It's up to you, Stu. I mean, if this, as I always say, even the things that I look at, I mean, I don't know if you're new. I don't think you're new in the room, but you hear me all the time talking about looking left on the daily, weekly, and monthly chart. So I mean, if you get an AI alert and it closes well, and there's room for it to still move on a daily, weekly, and monthly chart, then it's totally up to you if you want to hold it. Okay, welcome. We've had some Stews in the room, so I wasn't sure if it was you. So if that makes sense, I mean, you have to I don't know what sort of a trader you are or what sort of experience you've got, but I mean, again, you'll always hear me talk about looking left on the daily and the weekly and the monthly chart. If a stock closes near the high of the day, then really, then it's a matter of thinking to yourself, okay, well, great. How much further could this go? You don't want to see any chart interference, resistance. So if there isn't any nearby, then it's up to you if you want to hold it. This is what we call severe rippage. Severe rippage for OBLN. Look at that float, 6 million in the float. Now this has something to do with a merger. Optimus, let me just do a quick look here. Optimus merger sub and reshape life sciences. So they've entered into so they have actually entered into a merger agreement. That is the news for OBLN. Here's another one that I did put on my list, but now because it was down around here, so the percentage. But look at this percentage move now for MOTS. Big move, and relatively low float, 27 million in the float. Guys, I'm still looking to take MJ. This is the ETF, of course, for cannabis. I'm still looking to take it. Still hasn't really shaken out yet, and I noticed that Tilray was down again this morning a little bit. Anyway, Tilray, TLRY. I don't know if it's just really specific to Tilray because I know they're doing this merger with APHA. I don't know if that's dragging. I mean, they're probably a big component of the index. Look at the SPY, guys. Look at this SPY move here. Such an impressive move for a BlackBerry. I mean, it's not a low float either. I mean, this is $500 million in the float, and this has just had a stellar. This will be the fourth day. Yeah, I mean that's what kickstarted it. Of course, kind of somewhat controversial, even in our country, Canada. Especially in our country. Well, I say especially, but anyway, it is what it is. I mean, look at the move. Saw ZSAN this morning. I did see it. I think what happened is it didn't hold its gains. Yeah, I saw it pop, and then it starting to drop. So it didn't hold its gains. I mean, it's one of these. I mean, it's still up 24%. Lots of volume. It's a big float, though, for a dollar stock, 76 million in the float. But obviously, I mean, if it can maintain this, I mean, if you look left, it has room to that 175 level on that weekly chart. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course. For you Fubo enthusiasts, look at Fubo, F-U-B-O. Fubo is on the move here a little bit. Oh, okay. Vehicle software. Okay, thank you for that, Harry. Well, that makes a little more sense then. That makes a little more sense then why it's moving. Obviously, the hot sector. Well, look at MOTS. Let's see if there's any specific news on it. I don't see any specific news today for MOTS. All right, I am going to now get my layout loaded. So I'm going to, just a second here. Security software, I figured, but as far as EV, that I did not really consider. So makes a little more sense. So again, guys, if you want to follow my watch list up and down, right here, these three windows right here. Now, first of all, nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. I put a delay on any alerts for 15 minutes on purpose. But if you do want to follow these windows, if you click on New, Channel Bar, and Barry's watch list, okay? Now remember, everything in the channel bar is a layout, so before you do that, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. CRNT is taking it on the chin, I see. CRNT taking it on the chin. I did notice it had a downgrade this morning. IDXG, what are you doing? I'm hearing IDXG. Yeah, it's on the way down. All right, let's take a look at CRDF. CRDF, is it finally going to bounce a little bit here? Stabilizing a little bit. Had two really rocky days, especially on, that's Friday. Of course, that's Tuesday. Continued down. This is one I shorted, but I got out way too early. Way too early. But at any rate, I'm kind of looking to see if it's going to rebound. It doesn't, it doesn't look like it is yet. And if it doesn't, I mean, it still has room underneath, right down to that 6th level. And that is the Cardiff. We have this. Can't hear. If you can't hear, do a refresh. I know you can't hear me saying that. BANT, so I'm going to assume it's a pink sheet stock. Yeah, I honestly have no feelings for it, especially, I mean, I thought if it was at least, 50 or 60 cents, but I have no feelings for this, I'm sorry. I just don't really look at these. These are, I mean, we had, yeah, I mean, it's a ton of volume already, but I mean, I see there's some had some news about it. Well, that was on the 14th. Just one moment, please. All right, sorry about that. Wow, we're open already. Caught me by surprise. Well, let's have a great trading day, everybody. It caught me just by surprise. Well, I mean, Zetsan, I mean, look, it got up to 137 in the pre-market. It's got a ton of room. I mean, if it can hold this level, it's not a low float, 76 million in the float, so it's certainly not a low float situation. You just have to wait and see how it holds over $1, really. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I like things settle down just a little bit. Okay, here's one that is starting to move again. NDRA. NDRA. Look at this gap here. Had a big day yesterday. Continuation now. And this is really moving. 23 million in the float, so fairly low float. Okay, there's the GRTS. Now look at that pop here. So it's still down for the day, but a lot of action right now. Look at that big volume coming in right now for GRTS. Of course, that was the huge one, and it just got halted. GRTS just got halted. Another one that's on the move here is, look at this COCP. Look at the volume that came into it. Over 1 million shares. COCP had a nice move after hours, or actually towards the end of the day. It's not a low float, 48 million in the float. Yeah, TELL. I mean, this is still looking really interesting. I mean, it's up 12%. It still has that huge potential void to fill on that weekly chart, monthly chart. Okay, so OBLN is pulled back. Look at GHIV, one of those SPACs with Gore. Well, this one was really active yesterday, of course. Look at that. Well, actually, it's been active this is the 4th day now. Remember, this was an 87-cent stock 4 days ago. 3 days ago. Unbelievable. And it's not a low float, 95 million. I mean, you know, if I have a move like this of a stock that price with 95 million, it's really impressive. SENS, so it is continuing. Look at the volume already, SENS. Now I'm really interested to see how many, what sort of alerts we get from the unusually strong options today. We had a ton of alerts yesterday, a little surprising. Again, second day continuation for Dare. Okay, this is an earnings play. FAST is an earnings play. FAST, gapping down on earnings so far, FAST. All right, well, easy come easy. Look at TEL now, guys. Okay, that's why I like to see sit out that first 15 just to let things settle down a little bit. I am going to miss the ones that continue to run. You know, it's just the way I'm perfectly, you know, I'm willing to do that. I guess that's the best way I can phrase it. I've just seen too many times trying to get time something early that is moving, and they just whip up and down. So YQ, look at YQ. This is obviously a China stock. YQ, this was a I guess this is an IPO from back here. All right, so this is halted. GRTS is halted, and just looking to see what it could open at. So far, nothing spectacular. I'm looking. I see. Well, just open, in fact, and then now it's wow. Well, this is all over the place. I mean, I'm just looking at this bid and ask. It's down under 20. So this is going to be very, very whippy. Yeah, Dare is just on a mission right now. Let's see. Take a look on the monthly chart just to see what sort of resistance there is. But well, you know, looking left on that monthly chart, the next high is way up here, like 435. I'm sorry, 703 it looks like. I'm sorry. How about 1240? Way up here. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but you know, so really there's not a lot of chart resistance for DARE, Dare. Okay, CCIV, the on-again, off-again merger. This is really merger news. So, okay, so yesterday, this is yesterday during the day, will not comment as to whether the company is or is not pursuing a specific business opportunity. So, I mean, look how whippy this was. I mean, this got all the way down to $1.50 and it popped right back up to $2.31. That is your INUV. Those are big percentage moves, both on the downside and the upside. Here's one. Look at this one on the move. Is CTXR. Didn't see this one at all in the pre-market. CTXR, 43 million in the float. Let's see, any news? I don't see any specific news on CTXR. Looking left on that weekly chart. So we have 127. So it's a little bit above that, 123. So it's a little bit above these highs right there. The next high looking left is 137. 143, then way up here at 177. Oh man, look at this one. It's continuing down, Cardiff CRDF. Wow, I mean, this is just, what a disaster. All right, INSG, all-time high right now, INSG. The float in DMYD, let's see if we have any information, DYMD. Yeah, we don't have any float information on it, so not sure why, but our provider has no information on that. Well, okay, so what I said was they're denying that they will not comment as to whether or not they are merging with anybody. Okay, I mean obviously this has been in the rumor. I can't remember the company who they're trying to. I think it's an electric vehicle, but EV sector. But they're basically saying, hey, we don't know why the stock is moving like it is. We're not going to comment on who we're looking at to merge with. Lucid Motors, thank you. Wow, look at this one, SNS. Another great move. I mean, look at this 3 weeks, 2.5 weeks from $1.70, almost a double. Coming into maybe some resistance for SNSS. Wow, Cardiff is just tanking again. 3 big days down now. I was actually looking to see maybe this would have a bounce day, but certainly not today. Not yet anyway. All right, so CLBS came into the unusually strong option activity. I'm going to see if it can take out 4 later. All right. Well, ACRS is wow. That's a big run here, guys. I mean, 22.18. It's more impressive because they've done a financing at 17.50, so it is way above the financing price. All right, guys. So nothing will happen in these 2 windows until at least 9:45. And I put that. I say do that on purpose. All right. Well, AMC had a nice little move in the pre-market up to 350, but right back down to 3. So wow. Okay. So this was a tough one. GRTS. I mean, it actually moved down after the halt. Got all the way down to here, 19. But look at this. What a move now for GRTS. Of course, this was the absolutely crazy one yesterday. Above yesterday's high now, GRTS. All right, guys, I'm really watching the CLBS to see how well it holds 4. Okay, I've taken it, so let's see. As long as it holds 4, if it gets close to 4, I'm out, and I can always get back in. It's a little early for me, but this is from the, right there. There was the alert at 398. Just need that big, come on, jump off 4. I'll just quickly get this in, but I've got to keep watching the bid and ask. All right, guys, I'm out. I'm going to look to get back in if it reclaims 4. Okay, just going to watch to see if it can get back over 4. You just analysts' opinions of stocks, Mansour, where they think stocks could be going in the future. So they upgrade or they downgrade. Some analysts carry more weight than others, like Goldman Sachs. Well, I obviously took the wrong one. Look at this, 2234, 2384. I was more interested in the CLBS. I'm still interested if it gets over 4 again. Well, did I ever take the wrong one? Look at this, 2234, 2417 now for ACRS. That is kind of my bias, for the stocks under $20, but anyway, I have my alert set back up here around 411 for CLBS. See if it takes that out later on. Wow, Invesco. So what a move this one is having. IVZ. They must have some kind of a tie-in with it. Oh, I'm sorry, I've got the wrong symbol here. Let me just see. There we go. Morgan Stanley coverage. Yellow is just down for the. Usually it's a new low for the day. Yellow means a new low for the day. All right, APM. I don't think I talked about APM. I did see it in the. Oh yeah, I did see it. Briefly mentioned, I didn't see what the reason was for the gap up. Look at this move though, guys. I mean, look left on that weekly chart. Look at APM. This could really, it takes out 5, kind of a psychological number to get through. Pre-market, it did get up to 567. But look left on that weekly chart. For whatever reason, it got up to 14. This is back in, looks like that is September of last year. So again, this is a watch list. This does not mean that when you get a signal like an alert, okay, pile into it. Now you have to start watching it to see how it's trading. I mean, Tiger, how is that FUTU doing? Is it still accelerating? Has it dropped at all? Not really at all. Wow. So, I mean, this is another China financial, as is Tiger, TIGR. I did see OPTT in the pre-market. Let's see what it's doing. Don't see any news for it. It's a high looking left, 446, so it does have some room. I mean, on the monthly chart, 2 months ago it got up to 446, I guess. So I guess it does have some room. Looking left up here, is that the same? Yeah, so that's the same on the weekly. All right, so APM, I'm sticking an alert over 5, just about 502 or so, 504. See if it takes out 5 later on. The low float. Wow, GRTS just got halted again on the way up. So there was the alert, 2301, 2657 right now. Okay, so for me on the Tiger, I am putting an alert right around 1612. See if it takes it out later on. All right, VVPR guys, keep an eye on this one. This is on the unusual options, looking left. As well, I mean, the next high looking left is around 16. On the monthly, it's way up here. I'm not saying it's going to get there. Another little one, China stock, QTT. However, looks like it's coming into a lot of resistance between here and 3. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the new short float is. We have 138%. If you're wondering why that can happen, you look it up, naked shorting. But yeah. Okay, guys, keep an eye on EDSA. This is one that was active in the pre-market, kind of flopped around for the first, What time is it now? First half hour. Here's one that just got halted. ATNF just got halted. I'm sorry, it just resumed. I'm sorry, excuse me. It resumed. It was halted at 9:50. So it got halted and it just popped. Keep an eye on that VVPR. Takes out 1450. This could run. VVPR. Yes, it does. The availability of shorts absolutely varies from broker to broker. There's VVPR, guys. Well, yeah, I mean, this is not doing well at all, is it? GHIV. Yeah, lack was the financing, $22 a share. So it's starting to drift down to the price. VVPR guys on the move. Notice, guys, I don't tell anybody what to buy or sell. I'm just pointing out opportunities. It's up to you to make out your own minds if you're going to do something. Okay, SNCR, what are you doing? SNC, wow, look at this move. I mean, look at that move. SNCR, no clue that this was going to happen in the pre-market. But look at this on a 2-minute chart, basically straight up. All right, guys, VVPR. This is what I'm talking about. Had the alert at 1442, popped around a little bit, waiting for a 1450 break. Wow. Okay, guys, certified winner. VVPR. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. This is one of the alerts or one of the scans that I am sharing, okay? I mean, I just want to show you what I'm exactly. If you're new, there was the original alert, 1442 at 9:53. It is at 50. This is the repeating version. Every time it makes a new high, you're going to see it in this window. This is the first time it was alerted, so there's a dollar move. I have traded some out. All right, wow, look at this one, guys. I mean, this is fascinating. Look at this one. BKYI just got halted. Look at the volume that came in. It just got halted. If you're wondering why things get halted and also how you can participate if you're a subscriber, you can see the halts resumes right here. And this is a volatility halt. And typically they are 5 minutes long. And there's the GRTS. Did this get halted on the way up? Yes. Oh my goodness. Got halted on the way up. So how's that for an alert? $23. Now it's at $29.60. Okay. This is not a, well, sort of an IPO. This is a new SPAC. If you don't know what a SPAC is, you can look it up. That's the acronym. Meanwhile, on the way down, ALDX is on the way down here. Had a big day yesterday, but it was sold off. I mean, it got up to what, 14 something or other, 1470 or so, sold off to down to 1317. Sell-off continues. All right, so ADMP did show up on that 126 is the high, 131. So it's got to clear these two levels here. But even if it did, I don't know. Probably has a little too much resistance on the way up here. That's the ADMP. It's not a low float. I'm pointing that out because it is on, oops, it is on here. There's the ADMP alert at 123. Okay, there's CLBS right back up. I missed it. There it goes, guys. CLBS. Wow, I missed it. Whew, okay, let me put my marks in here. I'm all out of the VVPR right now, guys. I'll take a look at maybe re-entering it later on, but I'm all out of it now. Ah! What happened is that, yeah, I had my price alert, and by the time I was able to get out of, well, minimize that window, it just absolutely shot up, the CLBS. All right, well, if you have the AI, this could be real, oh, wow. This is going to be really interesting. If you have the AI, well, here it is from my watch list at 10:25. What did the AI alert at? 10:20, so a little bit earlier than me. I think it ran so quickly, though, that I don't think there was any way you could have got it at 10:20. And it is now halted. Habibi, enthusiasm. When the stock's in play, that's what happens. Also, when a stock is very low float, like this one, 15 million in the float, the available number of shares for trading. If for whatever reason investors like it, for, it could be news, it could be, the stock of the day. And that's what happens. Investors traders pile in, and that's what causes these insane moves. Wow, VVPR is right back up. I'm not in it anymore. Not in it anymore, but I mean, very whippy. I mean, it's tough, you know. Depends how many shares you take, of course. So look at a VVPR, 7.5 million in the float. Again, the float is the available number of shares for trading. Okay? So the lower that number, if there is, for whatever reason, demand for the stock, for whatever reason, it's news. I don't see any news on VVPR, but you know, it's electric power generation. But for whatever reason, that's why you get these moves. Now, this is only up 12%. I mean, the more insane moves are the ones that are up 100, 200%. Exactly. Look at the float there, 17.5 million. It has already traded 56 million, so it's over 3 times. This will probably, by the time the dust settles, 5 or 6 times the float today. Now, interestingly, I saw Wainwright, but they had oh, that's right, they have a very aggressive price target. So, I mean, I don't know if that's the only reason why this CLBS is going up, but Wainwright put a $14 price target on it this morning. Look at the SPY, guys. Look at that move. Look at that move, that candle. So we've been straight up pre-market. We've been moving higher. Oh, I don't know, Rodex here, if there's an official rule like that. Obviously not. I mean, CLBS. Okay, PCTI just opened. So we have a couple of big winners so far from the AI. That one, PCTI, and also Kirk, KIRK, another big winner. Look at that candle right there, 15-minute candle in the SPY. Okay, so when you say charts, so these are charts, so you're talking also scans. So what you get out of my watch list, when you click on my watch list from the channel bar, these are the 3 windows that you get. The watch list is not my entire layout. It is just meant to concentrate, have you concentrate on these 3 windows. You get some charts, like charts, but these are the 3 windows that you get from my watch list. And remember, anything from the channel bar, including my watch list, is a layout. So make sure you do save your layout to the cloud first. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. Well, I don't know what to say. So there's the CLBS. I mean, it did have a pullback all the way back almost to 4. So I mean, not easy. Depending how many shares you've got, not easy to hold on, but. Okay, well, what can I say here? I mean, there's the CLBS again from, love this window. CLBS, there's the alert, 398, 473 now. Again, I'm not saying it was easy. You had to wait. You had to wait. The first time it popped over 4, and then it pulled back, and then the minute it got over 4 again, that's when it accelerated. But now look at it. At it. Give me one moment, please. I agree with X here. I really, I agree. I love it. We're talking about the moving higher with unusually strong options activity. Yeah, but what a move. I mean, $23 up to what, 35? So remember what I was saying about the APM? I said, okay, great. We have the alert at 482. I stuck my price alert up here at just over 5 because I think that's the level it really had to take out for it to get going. So, you know, this is what I do anyway. And, you know, if it doesn't trigger, it doesn't trigger. Just move on. Well, as usual, fast and furious action in the first hour of trading. Here's another one, a little guy, guys. I know some of you like to see these little ones. So this is RETO, a China stock. I don't think I've really seen this one before. RETO, Eco Solutions. Okay, buzzword. 115. Looking left is the next high on the weekly chart. So that's not that far away. It's too bad that was there. The float, it's a low float, 14 million in the float. Yeah, I mean, look at that. Yeah. Oh man, look at that option volume percent. I mean, you can just tell by that percent right there. This does not trade options very often. But look at that. I mean, 4,200 contracts today so far. Mm-hmm. PJ, yes. All right, guys. Let's see what else is happening here. So Dare is giving it up now. Dare is not shortable for me. DARE is not shortable for me. I trade at Interactive Brokers. All right, CLBS, well, maybe settling down a little bit here. I am seeing Polis somewhere. Where did I see it? Yeah, so last week's high was 15.69, so it's about $1 away from that last week's high. Oh, AI, that's where that's where it's from. But it's right back down. And it's pretty whippy. The steadiest looks like Kirkland, guys. KIRK. That looks like it's just, even though, boy, it's a low float, 12 million in the float. Again, no clue this was going to happen. Look at the pre-market for Kirkland, KIRK. No clue that this was going to happen once the market opened. APM. Current price is $3.95. So a little recap here. CLBS 418, of course, raced higher. Got as high as almost 488. What to say? Well, this one, of course, is crazy. $23. Got as high as 35. This one, as I said, wait for a 5 break. Didn't happen. How's the Tiger doing? Tiger. Yeah, again, I wanted to wait for this break up here. Didn't happen. 1612. EDSA could be interesting. 610. This could be really interesting. I know it performed well. 610 got all the way up to almost 7. Big pullback. But the longer it rests over 16, and if we get some volume, it could push it back up. So I'm going to stick an alert around 627. Doesn't mean I take the trade at 627. If it hits 627 on volume, so what I want to see is a nice big volume bar also. There is okay, I'm going to say this for everybody. There are no dumb questions, Jaime, okay? No dumb questions. If you're new to this room, or even if you're not new and you haven't asked a question because you feel shy or you think it's a stupid question, there are no stupid, dumb questions, okay? That's why I'm here. So, there is an AI alert window. I do not display it because it's not, I will go over the AI. Let's see, what time is it? About 10:19, so in about 10 minutes. I don't display it because it is not fair to those who pay for the premium service if I'm going to display it all day long. I will go over the AI in a little bit just to explain what it's all about. All right. All right, guys, so I just said AD, but there's, I like to see some volume, EDSA. I don't see like a big volume push either. And hopefully I pronounced your name right, Jaime. Yeah, look at Nio. Nio is really getting clobbered, actually. Remember the high. I mean, that's $10 off the high of. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days ago, and we just have another resumption for QRTS. I don't think this is over. I mean, there's a lot of enthusiasm about this one. Morning, Sam. Kirk, man, you know, this is very, I mean, it's settling in here nicely. So guys, you know, you hear me say the phrase a lot. We don't marry these. Most of these we do not marry, okay? I mean, these are fast trades a lot of times. I mean, you had plenty of time for the CLBS to get in. But this is not something that I think you marry. I mean, it's 17 million in the float. I don't see any specific news on it other than, I mean, you know, you might want to keep watching it, you know, over the next week or so. Again, Wainwright put a very aggressive price target on it. $14 price target. No idea what you mean by width to VWAP. I don't know what you mean by that. Okay, Ben Whippy, OBLN. I mean, it got up to 354, all the way down. I mean, these are big percentage moves. I mean, this is why I'm saying, guys, if you get into, if you're new to trading, and you know, it's very exciting to, you know, these sort of plays. I mean, it's up 133%. But look at the float, 6 million in the float. You cannot take a trade like this and then wander away from your computer. Okay? Okay, there's nothing you can do. I mean, whatever we have here for VWAP, I mean, it's not, you can't do anything with it. Okay, so I'm not sure I understand what you mean. There's nothing you can do. It is what it is. Okay. Yeah, it is a boom for sure. Now, so this is up, announcing a merger with Reshape Life Sciences. ADVM, I see this one, ADVM, another bio. However, what do we see? Raise your hands, guys. What do you see for ADVM? Why it may get blocked? Somebody's got to have the answer. Why may ADVM get blocked from moving a little bit higher? There you go, Bad Bob. Yes. So there's the 200-day right up here, 1492. I mean, it's 50 cents away, but there is the 200-day moving average that could really stall it, okay? Definitely don't like to see that. All right, guys, usually I'm going to do this right now. My 10:30 spiel about 5 minutes early. So first of all, if you are brand new to this room today, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen live on the mic. I'm going to put some links into the room. My homepage link. All right, if you click on my homepage link, lots of information there. So first of all, if you do want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, there is a promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. So let's just see how much Trade Ideas does cost. We have 4 plans. This demo has gone away. I don't know why it still is showing. So we have an annual and monthly for the premium and standard. So the most expensive package is the premium on an annual basis, $22.68 a year minus that 15%. The big difference, and I am going to go over that. The big difference is the AI. That's the main reason why people will take our premium service. Standard is a great package though, also $10.68 a year minus that 15%. Auto on the move here, guys. AUTO on the move. You don't have to have a monthly, an annual plan. If you want to go month to month, that's perfectly okay. Standard is $118, premium is $228. You do get a discount, the 15% applied to the first month only. Okay. More information on my homepage. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. This week's trade of the week is not triggered. DGLY, the trigger price was $3.19 and never got there, so this may not be one. It's not a matter of not working, it just didn't trigger. But it's sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a recap, kind of a trading room recap right here. You can sign up for it. All the scans that I am sharing right here. Okay, including this one. This is I love this one, the moving higher with unusually strong options. I love this one. But all the scans I am sharing right here. A lot of education. This is an education link. Auto, guys, auto on the move here. So I like to put this link on its own, the 20 lessons. So if you're brand new to Trade Ideas, or even if you don't have our service, if you click on the 20 short lessons, all of the basic features explained. These are not videos, it's all text, but they're all, all the basic features. What is a top list, building one, an alert window, creating one, etc., etc. So again, if you're brand new to Trade Ideas, I really recommend you take a look at this before you get started, okay? And if you don't have Trade Ideas, again, you can take a look at this to see what we have to offer. Between 12 and 1, we have a YouTube room also that I monitor between 9 and noon. Between 12 and 1 of the other traders takes over. Usually Wednesday it is Michael Noss, but I don't know if he's going to be able to do it today. He's got something on the go, so I'm not sure he's going to be able to do it today. I'll find out. If it is Michael, then he is definitely our expert at using this Brokerage Plus and Interactive Brokers to trade your account, okay? But I'll find out. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Today is Wednesday. This is the one that I attend and help out on. This is the Q&A with Dan and Brad, who are a couple of the co-founders of Trade Ideas. You can sign up for them all right here, all archived. More educational videos are here. And some trading books, ebooks that we created are here. So a lot of information from that education link. Okay, now I do want to go over the AI and Brokerage Plus. Okay, just want to take a look at what, yeah, well, there's OBLN. This is great teaching experience here, which I'm going to go over with the AI. We have 50, what we call 50 baseline strategies. Once the market closes, the AI gets to work on an optimization routine to optimize those 50 baseline strategies. That's what happened last night once the market closed. Here are the strategies that, well, quite a few of them made the cut out of the 50. Personally, I don't care which ones make the cut. All I care about are what are the alerts. Here are the alerts so far. And I want to go over this one, especially the OBLN. But first, I just want to show you how you can have, if you have the AI, our premium service, click on New AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay? If you do that, this is the window that will show up. You can incorporate this as part of your layout, and so you don't have to load it every morning. The AI alerts do not start until at least 9:35, so nothing happens in the pre-market or post-market. Now, if you have the AI, this is classic. Look at OBLN. The entry price was 346. There was the stop. Make sure I know what I'm talking about here. Yes, okay. So it actually got stopped out very quickly. You can see right here, the alert was at 10:18, got stopped out at 10:19. However, notice we have a re-entry column and price. So what happens is, every time when there's an alert, there is a re-entry price automatically calculated. No big deal. I mean, not scientific, I should say. It's just halfway between the entry and the stop. Now that stop is, I have to question why it was so tight, in the first place, but it is what it is. So if a stock hits the stop price at any time during the day and then comes back to the re-entry, you will get another alert. Notice that there it was at 10:20, almost immediately. So that gave you a second opportunity to get into Obalon. And look what happened, of course, 346, it's at 412 now, up 19%. So that's why I always say, have this re-entry columns, add them. If you have the AI, add these re-entry columns. It's very simple to do. Just click on a column header, and it's in alphabetical order. You have the re-entry price and the re-entry time. You want to put the stop, that's okay. But I would be absolutely putting the re-entry and the re-entry price and re-entry time column. Notice that they don't all trigger. So, there is a way to use the AI. It's, I use it as a watch list. It's not just I take every trade. I would take more trades from the AI, especially the cheaper ones, but it's hard for me to concentrate, as I'm explaining things left and right. So a little harder for me to concentrate, but, I would just look at that OBLN. It's just tremendous re-entry at 342 and it's at 414 now. And marching higher. So Stu, I would not even pay attention to it. There are, I've been saying this for months it seems, there are 3 versions of the Holly, or 3 segments, Grail 2.0 and Neo. In theory, the Holly Grail was the original one. Holly 2.0 is a little more aggressive in terms of volatility, and Holly Neo is the most aggressive. Personally, I don't really care from where the alerts happen. Just tell me what the alerts are. Here's Kirk. Great alert. It's from Holly Grail. This is from Holly Neo. So I wouldn't pay any attention to it, okay? All I would do if you have the AI is just load this window and follow the alerts all day long. When you say hide, you mean get rid of? The columns, and if you don't want something, they just click on it and right arrow it over. So if you don't want, those columns are all customizable, of course. So if you don't want something, just highlight it, because in this left hand here, these are all the columns that you have displayed. If you don't want it anymore, just highlight it and right click it over, and it'll go away. Okay? So let's talk about trade ideas in general. We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan. You can create your own scans. Okay, this is what I've got here. These are my scans that I have created. You cannot do that, Jaime, no. But the thing is that you don't get so many alerts. I mean, actually, there's been a few alerts today, but it's not like we get hundreds of alerts. So if you don't like a price range, then, just disregard it. That's what I do. If you want, you can actually sort on the entry price. I like to sort on the aggressive profit percent to see the ones that are up the most all day long. But you cannot say only show me the ones up to $20 or a certain price range. So we are a scanner. So this is what I've done in this particular scanner. I create some filters. I create a price range I like to see. Current volume, that is, in this case, this is 4. What that means is it's trading at least 4 times what it would normally trade up to this point of the day. Minimum of 400,000. Again, these are the filters that I'm using. If you took, and this is one of the ones that I'm sharing, if you said, what, I'd rather have a different price range, you can obviously go right in here and change it. If you'd like a different minimum volume, of course you can just go in and change it. But this is the template that I use. And so if all these filters are met, and a stock makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert. So that's why we see these stocks in here. You can create your own scans. If I right-click on an alert window, these are all, I'm not going to go over them all, of course, but here are all of the alerts that we have. Lots and lots of alerts. Here are all the filters that we have. So you can all you have to do, you can just kind of pick and choose your filters and your alert. Well, usually I only have one alert. I don't put a lot of many alerts in an alert window. I just usually have one alert. But instead of having to learn a programming language, we did it this way to make it very easy for most people just to construct their own scans without having to learn a programming language. Okay? Yeah, so Marcos, hopefully this week, the question is, I'm going to get into Brokerage Plus right now, okay? So hang on, Marcos, I'll explain what is happening, okay? Well, Ion, everything is here. All the scans that I'm sharing are here. Okay, so from my home page, and the scans that I share, click here, and the basic new highs and lows on the no repeat version, you just have to load them. Okay? All right. So as I've said, Trade Ideas is scanning software. Okay. Now we have some little tricks. What we call our external linking tool, external linking, which means that we link with many brokerage platforms. All linking is this. It's a time saver. Time saver in that once you've established your link, if I click on an alert from within Trade Ideas, it will load into your order entry from within your brokerage and then from within your brokerage platform, you can trade if you want, okay? That's what it is. We get the question all the time. Well, I have XYZ broker, can I use Trade Ideas? You can use Trade Ideas with any broker you want. Just that we have a nice little tool that saves you from having to type the symbol in all day long if we can establish a link with your broker. Okay? So I just want to clear that up because, again, it's amazing how many questions we get. Well, I've got this. Can I use Trade Ideas? You can use. We're a scanner. You can use it with any You know, they only, if for some reason we can, you know, the link cannot be established, well, then you have to type the symbol in. Okay? Now, right now, this window right there is what we call our Brokerage Plus window. Only available from the app. If you're using our web-based version, it's not available. Right now, if you have an Interactive Brokers account, I want to put this video in. Or the link to the video. You can actually trade from within. You still need a broker. We're not a broker. Understand, okay, that you still need a broker, but we have an arrangement right now with Interactive Brokers so that you can actually use this window to trade. You know, you could do your trading right from with this window once you've established a link with Interactive Brokers. So why would you want to do that in the first place? I mean, if it was just, you know, buying and selling like this, it's not that big a deal. It's I think the interface looks a lot better than IB's, but you know, it wouldn't be that big a deal. But you can do also things like, let's say I click on DTIL and I want to trade it. And I look at the chart and say, yep, I want to trade it. I go back to DTIL up here, right click, and you notice this, just hover over this trade DTIL. Notice I've got these buying and shorting options that I have created, and you have to watch the video to show you how you can create your own. And so then you just pick how you want to trade it. You know, this is what we call one-click trading. So it's not quite auto trading, but it's pretty darn close. All right, so that is one reason why. But this is a pleasing interface also. Now, so Marcos, to answer your question, he says, I want to connect my E-Trade Pro account to this Brokerage Plus. So hopefully this week, we're going to be able to add the ability, what I've just shown you here with Interactive Brokers, the ability to do the same thing with your TD Ameritrade, and your E-Trade account. Okay, no 100% guarantees, but that is the plan for this week. Okay? Now, another huge way to use this window. Just stocks. Huge way to use this window. If you're new to trading, please, before you commit money to the market, practice trading. You're gonna hear me say that all the time. Doesn't make any sense. I know it's exciting. You get your account funded and you want to jump right into it and spend your money. Don't do it. Practice trading. We have a great simulator here. I have no idea about TD Web Broker. I have no idea, Avery. We have our hands full just trying to do E-Trade and TD Ameritrade. So, but practice trading, okay? The simulator, doesn't matter what broker you've got, it's using our real-time data. And you click on an alert, symbol shows up, pick how many shares you want to trade, pick the price you want to get in at. If you're shorting, you sell. If you're going long, you buy. Yeah. Look at this ADVM, guys. We talked about this just a little while ago. So let's just say if I wanted to take ADVM, but I didn't want to take it right now. I want to take this on a pullback. Okay, this is just ripping right here. So let's say I wanted to take this on a pullback all the way down here, 1422. So this is what you can do. You pick how many shares you want to do that at. What did I say? What was the price? Let's say 1428 or so. So let's take it. Let's say 1430. I'm just demonstrating how you can do this. Type it in a couple of times in these boxes. Oops. Okay, click buy. Watch what happens. Presto, we have right on the chart, this blue line shows up. So if this stock gets down to 1430, it'll take the trade. Okay, so that is like a pullback trade. A lot of you I know like that. So that is one way you can do it. You could have also done it. Let's just say I wanted to take this trade if it broke a level on top, maybe a resistance level that I thought if it could break through that, I would want to take the trade. So of course you could put the buy price higher than the current price. Okay, so one way to do it. Now, of course, if I want to take the trade right away, let's say I wanted to take just trying to find something that's kind of basing a little bit. Oh, I missed this one. What is Sippy doing? Well, I'll take this trade right now just to show you and what I'm going to do and how to put a stop in, and how by putting a stop in will basically help you to determine how many shares you're going to take in the trade. I'd like to find something that's basing just a little bit better. Maybe the ADVM. I'm not saying it's ideal, but I just want to demonstrate how you can do it. So let's just take 300 shares. And the spread's about 7 cents. I'm just going to go in at the market. I'm going to buy it. Okay, so it just took the trade right there, 1462. This is in the simulator. Okay, this is in the simulator. So now 1462. I'm going to put the stop at 1442. I'm going to show you why. Not that is not where the stop. Typically, I would, if I were really in this trade, maybe I'd be putting this stop. Oh, I don't want to. Okay, so I forgot. This is one that I wanted to take on a pullback also. So I'm going to get rid of that. Okay, so I'm going to put a stop now right here at, actually, that's not bad. Say 1442. Just want to demonstrate something here. And I'm trying to make the math simple. And you'll see that'll show up right in the chart. So there it is, 1442. Notice I got in at 1462. I wanted to put the stop at 1442 just to make the math simple. So right now, if I allow this to go down to 1442, I can get it earlier if I want, but if I want to have this take me out automatically, it'll take me out for a $58 loss. So that's a 20-cent stop, okay? I made that, I just wanted to make the math simple because I want to explain something. When you get into a trade, believe it or not, they're not all going to work. You have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade. Not every trade is going to work, so you have to get out of a trade if it's not working for you. And what I recommend, and others in the room recommend, is that you have a risk amount, a dollar risk amount that you're willing to risk per trade. So it's going to be, that amount will be determined by your account size. Obviously, if you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. But let's just say again, to make the math really simple, based on your account size, you can say, yeah, I can risk $100 a trade. So if you're going to risk $100 on this trade and you got in at 1462 and the stop's at 1442, 20 cents away, then that is going to tell you how many shares that you can buy. You could buy 500 shares because you have a 20-cent stop. 500 times 20 cents, if it goes against you, you're risking $100. Okay? And you should not vary your risk amount trade to trade. You don't want to get into the habit of say, okay, yeah, I can risk $100 a trade, but oops, the first one doesn't work. You lose $100. Say, well, man, I better get that back and more on the second one, so I better risk 200 the second trade. Oops, you lose. Now you're down 300. And so on, okay? The other thing is, why this is very nice to have is, again, you may have all the best intentions of the world of obeying your stop. You put your stop in at 1442, and then, it starts to drift down to that 1442, and you start second guessing your stop, saying, well, it's probably too tight. I probably should have it down here, 1430. Starts going down to 1430, that's probably too tight. You can see what's happening. You start second guessing your stop, and so now instead of that $100 manageable loss, this is turning into a $100 loss. You're still not obeying your stop, and on and on and on. So if you're that person, and we all have been that person, okay, let the system take you out automatically. No emotion, it just takes you out of the trade. Okay? Now, I can get out of a trade. These are hotkeys. So if I wanted to get out of this trade right now, I don't want to wait for the stop because I just don't like the way it's trading. For whatever reason, I just flatten the trade. Flatten gets you out of a trade. Half gets you out of half the trade. Doubles the trade. Okay? So these are just hotkeys that you can use. I did see EEH. I actually saw EEH earlier this morning, and I saw it actually was moving down. I thought, okay, maybe today's the day. Not even close. I mean, look at this. It got it down to $53. What time was this? That's it. This is the first 15-minute candle. Got down to $53, and why not? Let's just put on $20. Okay, so things have settled down a little bit. And again, you don't have to use Brokerage Plus. I mean, the other thing is you don't have to use Brokerage Plus at all. All right, you don't. It's just an option for because again, we get the question. Well, I have this broker and it doesn't work with Brokerage Plus, therefore I can't use Trade Ideas. Of course not. All right, it's just an option. It's a nice little feature, but it is absolutely not mandatory. Yeah, I keep wanting to, get into this, just take this MJ, but it's just not quite ready. This is the cannabis ETF. It's not quite ready. Meanwhile, OBLN is just, I mean, look at this, guys. I mean, this is what I'm saying. Look at this, 32%. And that's from this price of 346. Oh, I mean, it's almost the same. 342 was the re-entry. So that's why, use this like a watch list. So, hey, it got stopped out. It's a pretty tight stop. I'd like to see that adjusted. That's way too tight a stop, but, it's, computer generated it, but gave you an opportunity to get back into that trade. And this is just, this is merger news. And why can this happen? Somebody asked earlier, why can, I think it was you, Habibi, how can stocks make these moves? Okay, well, there's the number one reason. 6 million in the float. So that's a very, very low number. Anything, for me personally, anything under 20 is low. So, you know, the lower that number, and then if there is news, and, you know, they talk about this merger news, traders are piling in. And I mean, look at the volume, 112 million. This will trade the float. Just a second, please. This will trade the float, well, 20 times anyway, more. You know, divide that 6 million into the number of shares that have traded. So this will probably trade the float maybe 25 times today. So they were very exciting, you know, very exciting plays, yes. But again, you get into a trade like this, you cannot wander away from your computer for a second. Wasn't that yesterday for GME? Wasn't that yesterday? Citron came out with their short on, oh, it is today? Okay, I thought it was yesterday too. Maybe they did it with something else yesterday. Oh, I see, okay. So just the two trades for me today, guys. I had the little loss on the CLBS at the beginning, and unfortunately I was not able to get back in. And then the VVPR was a very quick, profitable trade. Very quick one, though. Just a moment, please. Okay, guys, so see how that worked? Had the stop in, ADVM. It took me out of the trade. Okay, it took me out of the trade right there, and that's how you can apply the stop right on the chart, and it takes you out. No emotions. Well, guys, I mean, 51% now. OBLN. Okay, guys, I'm just, let's see, things have settled down just a little bit here for me in terms of the number of alerts I'm getting. Yeah, we're just at the start of, yesterday, last week we had some of the major banks releasing earnings. I think, I know this is the old fashioned way, but January 20th, that's post market. This used to be, Alcoa used to be the stock that kicked off earnings season. So it has earnings tomorrow after the market, today after the market closes. And next week, just to give you an idea about what I am talking about. So give me a second here as I give me a moment here. Okay, so as an example, this week we have about 100 companies releasing earnings. Next week we have about 320. So this week we have about 100. Next week we have about 320, and it'll keep ramping up. There'll be 1 week that will be over 1,000. I don't know which week that's going to be, but we're just sort of ramping into earnings season. So two of the scans I've got, the earnings plays up. Well, there's nothing really up here. They're all down actually. But yeah, there's nothing, not one earnings that, in the filters that I'm using is actually positive. Is that correct? Yeah, nothing is positive. And these are two scans that I am sharing. Well, when I say two, this will fill up. Eventually, we will have some, these are the down, but it's just the way I've sorted them. I don't want to get too involved in the explanation, but next week we should start to see, some ones that are actually positive versus the ones that are down. Interesting, because the market is, just happens to be that the ones that are releasing earnings today, there are some banks, USBI. I think it's mainly because of the banks. You can see right here my spider sector list. So here are some of the bank ETFs, and here are the regionals, KRA. So we have KBE, KRE. And if I look, this is a little bank or a regional bank, Zion, FNB, BK, USB, probably CFG. So these are all banks. And so the whole sector is down. FULT. Oh, I'm sorry. I think they're all banks, except for FAST. Yeah, FAST is not a bank. So out of all these, this is the only one that is not a bank that is down on earnings. Meanwhile, OBLN. That's okay. Well, let's take a look at OBLN and just sort of see where there is some resistance. I mean, the next high in that monthly chart, and again, when I say this, guys, I don't mean it's going to get here, but you just look at a chart, the next high on that monthly chart is up to 1043. So that's on the monthly chart. Let's back out the weekly and see if there's anything a little, it's going to be maybe tough to see. So that week right there looks like 717. So it's getting a little bit close to that week right there. And then there was a week previous that it was up to 10 something. What do you mean, why does it work? Don't understand what you mean, Balsano. Well, it's news, I guess. I mean, you know, it's a merger news and the CLBS. See, I mean, it's just different news and how the markets are reacting. Also, there's, you know, 3 times the float here. You know, I mean, and Wainwright is, you know, okay, I mean, it's a $14 price target, but I guess obviously the merger news is causing this big run. So the blue arrows you see right there, this just shows you when I click on an alert, say I click on DTIL, so that was at 1039, okay? It's just showing me the candle in which the alert happened. Here it is on the 15-minute chart, here it is on the 2-minute chart, here it is on the 5-minute chart, okay? That's all that means. It's not a buy signal, it's just telling you, okay, where did the alert happen? So it's kind of interesting sometimes to, you know, you click on these alerts and you say, okay, great, I had an alert here. What did it do afterwards? Okay, there was the alert at 1025. It got up to 1108 before it really pulled back. Things like that, okay? Whereas if you do happen to see, so I can find one. Okay, so if you look at a longer term time frame, not intraday, but say a daily or a weekly or a monthly chart, and you'll see some things that say sell or buy. See if ADMP is a well, okay. I'm just trying to find something that was a buy. It doesn't matter. I mean, it was a sell, but just looking at. There we go. So, for instance, REKR. If you see a buy, what that means is that was an AI alert, you know, on that particular day. You know, when you hover over the buy, the box will pop up. It'll show you the price it got in at and whether it made money or not. Okay, so you can kind of check afterwards and say, okay, well, you know, this was an alert at 344. You know, afterwards, you know, I mean, now, I mean. No, I would never have said, okay, well, you know, you should hold this all the way through this and then. But I mean, this was a buy alert. But again, this is over a year ago, year and a half ago. But you'll see some alerts on the charts that when people ask all the time, well, can you use this for swing trading? I mean, sometimes you're going to see some spectacular early buy alerts where stock kept running and running and running, as an example. Well, ADMP, I mean, it's getting closer. There's that level that I thought I might stall it, but I mean, if it takes this out, look out. I mean, 151, not a low float, 92 million in the float. So that's an impressive, percentage increase with that float, especially for a very cheap stock. Just looking at one of the ETFs for the EV sector, Drive, DRIV. We had a pop this morning, but now starting to drop somewhat. Oh, I see this one was halted earlier, TLSA. ADMP is just, yes, really, really strong. So, I mean, if we look left now, I mean, in theory, it's got a shot to get up to these levels of 3. Not today, but you never know. And here's another one on the move here. ITRM, another, wow, look at these moves, 40%. ITRM through the 200-day earlier, 200-day moving average at 140 earlier. Again, look left. The next high looking left is about 249 on that weekly chart. So it has room. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there. Why getting into the habit of looking at these higher time frames is that we'd like to take one reason why a stock may not continue to keep going higher out of the equation, and that is chart resistance. Now, there are a lot of other reasons why it won't keep going or a stock won't keep going higher, but we'd like to take one of those out of the equation, and that is chart resistance. Wow, ADMP, well, bursting through that 150. Okay, give me a moment, please. What time is it? 11:15. Give me one moment, please. All right, I'm back. ETRN has been, wow, shaken out. Look at this, 776 down to, well, it looks worse than it is, but still on a percentage basis, that is a big drop. ETRN. Of course, pipeline news, of course, with the new administration. It's looking a little more dicey. Here's another SPAC, guys. We've got 3 of them now. 4 of them. 5 of them. It's my job now to add all these to our SPAC list. So I've got to write them down. Crazy. Maybe keep an eye on ICLK, guys. ICLK. It's one of my thumbnail charts. You know, I mean, this has been had an incredible run all the way up to what, 15 yesterday. So basically, kind of a double in a couple of weeks. Not quite a double in a couple of weeks. So it got hit a little bit. But it looks like it, well, I mean, it's already in big bounce mode. Market is stabilizing right now. You know, there was the pre-market action for the SPY. We've basically been straight up, only little red candle there, but I don't think they're moving slowly. You know, it depends what you're looking at. Not the stuff that we're looking at anyway. Well, let's take a look at Alcoa. So, you know, the bets are being placed ahead of time. You know, as I phrase it, you know, it has earnings after hours, but there's not like a, you know, a bid up ahead of. Gevo, guys, Gevo, is that shortable? Yeah, it is shortable actually. So Gevo did a financing at, I think it was $8. So it is starting to approach the financing price now, Gevo, G-E-V-O. Meanwhile, there's nothing stopping this right now. OBLN. So now we're looking at 97%. There's a little slight delay right there. Obviously, the price is $6.97, but Vroom, how are you doing? Vroom, 1397. So it did get up to 1427 before it pulled back. Yeah, it doesn't look like this is going to trigger this week, DGLY, but you know what? I mean, if you follow the email, there's no harm then because you had to wait for 319. And so this did not trigger. This is the trade of the week this week, but the trigger price was 319 and it did not hit that. So I was at this point. I think what I'm going to do is just show you that graph. So what you're seeing here is we took every trade of the week since April's. Basically, I think of the first week of April when the pandemic got really started. And we said, okay, what if you took every trade of the week? And again, this is a free service. We send it out Monday morning before the market opens. If you took every trade of the week, as long as it triggered on Monday or Tuesday, triggering meaning when you get the email, there is a suggested entry price. So that's what we're talking about. So if it triggered and you put $10,000 into the trade, and then Friday, just before the market closed, you got out of the trade, and then you did the same thing the next week and the next week, assuming it triggered, this is what would have happened to your $10,000. And I think this up to date, I think a couple of weeks ago, I believe. So about $28,000. So now, is there any guarantee that's going to continue? Of course not. But very interesting. I mean, we just took that premise. If it triggers, so for instance, DGLY did not trigger. You know, DGLY, the trigger was 319, did not hit that yesterday. So for purposes of this chart, that will not be counted. Now, if, tomorrow, what is tomorrow, Thursday? I mean, what if it, if it pop, doesn't mean this is a how can I say, not a broken trade or anything, because it's not you shouldn't be in it. You didn't trigger. But what if it got up to 319 tomorrow and started to rip? So, but it would not be counted in those statistics. One of the ones that has done extremely well is UEAVS. This was a trade of the week, but it didn't trigger until Thursday of the week that it was the trade of the week. And so it's not counted as one in the statistics, even though it worked out extremely well and continued. So that's what I'm saying. Just because it doesn't trigger on a Monday or Tuesday doesn't mean you should disregard it. It's just for, we wanted to see what would have happened. It's sort of a what if scenario. Trade of the week is a free service also. So before somebody asks a question, how do I sign up for it? I'm going to show you. There's sort of a target. I mean, I think with the there's definitely a stop. Okay, there's definitely a stop. It's usually the 10 simple moving average on a daily chart. That's usually the stop. Okay, so there is an entry, there's a stop, and I mean there are sort of targets. I suppose it'll always be at least a 1 for 2. In other words, so if the stop was $1, then you could look at a chart and say, yeah, reasonably it could move $2. I don't really pay any attention to targets. I mean, if it hit the target and it's still trading well, you're not going to get out of the trade. But I guess it is something to shoot for, I suppose. You'll never see something though that if you look at a chart that it's telling you to get into a trade at a certain price, and you look at a chart and you say, wow, there's a lot of resistance about 10 cents away. That's not going to happen. So here are, if you want to subscribe to it, there it is, the trade of the week. No, really. No, this is semantics. I suppose I do use target. I look at charts and say, okay, where do I think resistance could be? So, whether that's a target, I mean, I'm just aware of where resistance could be. And so that if it, gets close, I might say, well, maybe I'll take some off. If it pops through, I'm still in the trade. Never gets tired. Just a moment, please. Well, I think we're just sort of splitting, or it might be semantics. I'm real. I don't know if he's obviously. I mean, when I get into a trade, of course, I know what my risk is because I know where my stop is, and I'm not going to get into a trade unless I look at a chart and I have reasonable expectations that that could move at least double where my stop. So if I have a stop at 20 cents, I'm looking at a chart and saying, okay, yes, I have reasonable expectations that it could at least go 40 cents, could go more. Whether we want to call that a target or not, I don't know. Keep an eye on SNSS, guys. I mean, let's see, take a look here. 393 is the next high looking left. This is on the options alert. See, for me, that's probably, I wish that weren't there. I mean, if that high weren't there, and then we'd look left and we'd see like 510, boy, that would be really, really interesting. Do I know what it is doing? That's an interesting question. Okay, first of all, Don, target light. Yes, target light. So, Don, where are you in and what is your stop? Where are you going to get out of that trade if it moves against you? First of all. Okay, so, and this is not to dump on Don or anybody else, but this is the only thing. I don't teach trading, but the only thing we try to really preach is, look, all trades are not going to work for you. You have to have a price that you're going to get out of that trade when it's not working for you. Okay? Can't just get into a trade and hope that it's going to move the way you want it to. You've read stuff about the company, therefore it should do this. If the trade starts working against you, well, you've got to get out of the trade. And typically, I mean, the way I like to do it is I'll risk a dollar amount for the trade. So, am I willing to risk $100 on the trade? Yes, I am. Okay, so once I know how much I'm going to risk, and that risk should be about the same every trade, well, if I got into this trade, again, I'm just going to use very, very, very simple math. If I got into this trade, say at $3.90, or make it even simpler, say at 466, and it hit 346, and that was my stop, not based on just I'm risking 20 cents a trade, and I wanted to risk $100 on that trade, I'd be out of this trade. Because if I'm in at 366 and the stop is at 346, that's 20 cents. 500 shares times 20 cents equals $100. That's how you know how many shares you take. I know a lot of people say, well, I take 100 shares a trade, or I take 500 shares a trade, or I take that. In my opinion, is not the way to do it. You vary the number of shares you're taking based on how much you're willing to risk on the trade and where your stop is. Now your stop, you might say, well, where do I put my stop? Well, that requires some, experience, looking at a chart where you think there might be some support on the chart. So, if it broke down through that support level, you should be out of the trade. It's that simple. So it would really be the difference between your entry and that stop price. You divide that into, if you're risking $100, that's how many shares you would take. So a little bit of mental arithmetic, but it's really not that hard. See, I don't use, I don't automate my trades at all, Chip. If you're using the automated AI strategies, that stop is set by the system. Okay, there's that if you're actually using the AI strategies with the the stop is determined. Just like there's the stop. There's a stop price. It's already determined. That is if you're using it in fully automated mode. That doesn't mean you can't get out earlier, by overriding it once you're in the trade. But so I hopefully that answers your question. It's not a matter of how aggressive. It's automatically. That is all set up for you. But we do not recommend full automation of the AI. If you did want to take the trades on the entry, maybe. I still don't think that. Look, I think the only reason people want to automate is that they want to be able to switch on the system in the morning, come back at the end of the day, not stare at a computer all day long, and count their money. So I get that idea, that concept. It won't work, okay? I tell you flat out, it's just not going to work. The best way to use the AI, in my opinion, is to certainly manage the exits on your own. So I don't understand the question there, Chip. Are you talking about the limit offset? Oh, okay, the limit offset. I see. Okay. Well, that's up to you. Obviously the limit offset, it depends on the price of the stock, which is, you're not going to know what stock you're getting into. If you automated this, you don't know what the price of the stock is, depending on each strategy. So, I can't tell you what to use. We get the question a lot. Well, I've automated this. I've turned all this. And listen, first of all, if you're bound and determined that you want to see how it would work, try it in the simulator first. Okay? You can turn all the strategies on in the simulator, turn them all on, and see how it works for you. Before you commit money to the market, even if you're a seasoned trader, okay, you can turn all the strategies on in the simulator and see how it works. Now, within each strategy, here's where you can edit the limit offset. Now, I can't tell you, what to use. Some people say, well, I'm not getting a fill. And we check and they look at their limit offset and they've got like a 2-cent offset. Well, if a stock is really moving quickly, probably a 2-cent offset, you'll never get a fill. So what we're talking about is even in auto trade mode, okay? Let's say you get an alert at 258 here, but that stock is really moving. Even in auto trade mode, you probably will not get a fill right at that alert price. By the time even in auto trade mode, it might have moved 5 cents. So if you have a limit offset of 3 cents, you won't get a fill. Now, if you're bound, if you're saying, well, you know what, I don't care, I only want to get fills on a limit offset of 3 cents, that's up to you. As an example. Then that's up to you, Chip. You know, I mean, if the stock is, depending how fast, quickly a stock is moving, you know, you'll never know, of course, from alert to alert. But what I would do before you committed money to the market, if you have our premium service, you can turn them all on and see what happens. Okay, so Stu, I'm not an options trader at all. So I cannot tell you. I'm not an options trader at all. So that is nothing. I have no expertise on that whatsoever. By the way, for you who, okay, I want to do one thing first. I do want to see if Michael is going to be able to take the YouTube feed at noon. So for those of you who do trade options, we do have some option filters. Now again, we only, Intraday is only scans for stocks, but these filters may help you identify interesting option trades, okay? I'm going to just show you what the option filters are that we have. Oops. Okay, we have the put-call ratio. So some of them are pretty obvious. We have a put-call ratio. We have the options volume today, number of contracts today, put and call volume today. This one, option volume, that is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. Combination of puts and calls, okay? And this is the key metric right there, option volume today percent. So if I use that filter, and I typed in 200 as an example, so what that would mean is if over the last 10 days a stock has traded on average 2,000 contracts a day, for me to see that stock today, it will have to have traded 4,000, 200% double, okay? So that may help you then. It's showing you stocks with abnormal option activity, and that may help you trade the option. I know there are option traders in here. Some of them tell me, yeah, it's really helpful. This is what I'm using here. This is unusual options, okay? Strong option activity. This is this window right there that I'm using, and really a go-to window now for me. I'm sharing this. So for instance, in here, it has to be trading 5 times normal. So a very aggressive filter. I don't want to see too many. Yesterday, in fact, I was saying yesterday, I mean, we had a lot of alerts coming through, even though I have pretty tough filters for stocks to make it through. Yeah, we had a lot. Today is a little more manageable, in my opinion. I don't want a lot of alerts. So yes, on my homepage. Are you talking, Ion? Are you talking about this? It is one of the scans I'm sharing. Yes, on my homepage. Hey, glad you are liking it, Brian. So I'm just trying to get a confirmation if Michael is going to be taking over the YouTube room at noon. If so, then anybody with questions about automating strategies, using Brokerage Plus with right now with Interactive Brokers, and hopefully fingers crossed this week, E-Trade and TD Ameritrade, TDA, he's your man. I'm just waiting for a confirmation. I know he's got a big project tomorrow, and he may not be able to do it today. So I'm just waiting for a confirmation. Okay, yes, he is. Okay, so Michael will be in. So gather your questions. Those of you interested in using, Brokerage Plus and uh, automating your account, all those questions you may have. What limit offsets? All those questions. I'm going to put the link into the room so you can head over there because I do take a break right around noon. I take a break only for half an hour, but he'll be there for a full hour in our YouTube room. Okay, and there's the link for it. All right, so SNSS did not move. Remember I was saying, I didn't love this one because of that high right there at 393. I just wish that weren't there. So yes, it got up to 356, but that 393, it's 40. Listen, if you were able to get the trade at 356 and it got up to 393, that is a great percentage move. But I just kind of looked at that and I just didn't like that top right there. So that's why, I kind of discounted that. I know it came from here. So, just because you get an alert, it requires a little bit of chart analysis before you just kind of jump in and say, yes, I like it. All right, guys. I want to do a quick check to see if there's some emails out there for me to answer. Usually there are. All right. So what time is it? 11:47. So I'll be taking my. Usually Michael shows up about 5 minutes before soon. So I'll be noon. So I'll be taking my break pretty soon. Don't get mad at a stock, Peter. Don't get mad. Yeah, pink sheet stock. Yeah, look at that. Just a minute. Give me a moment, please. ITRM on the move here. So again, looking left on that monthly chart. Wow, it's got room. Wow, it's got room. 244. Not a super low float, but look at this. It's going to trade the float easily today. 42 million in the float. 37 million have traded already. So ITRM, I mean, wow. I mean, this, if it takes out two, there's news on this one. No, I don't see any specific news or ITRM. Okay, ADMP maybe resurrecting itself here. Man, EH, what in the world? You're gonna pull back here all the way. I mean, what a whippy. What's the spread like on this one? Not as crazy as I thought. Well, now I got a little crazy. Not as. I mean, look at these moves. 15 minutes, 64, 70, $6. Boom. All right, yeah, laser is popping. It's not showing up anywhere for me because of the relative volume is so low, 0.29, 0.30. It's going to increase, of course, as that volume increases, but it is, yeah, it's just too low for it to show up anywhere for me. But absolutely, and it is not shortable for me anyway at Interactive Brokers. LAZR. Yeah, I am. Wake me when this. I don't know what this is going to have to hit before I get really interested again in this MJ cannabis play or cannabis ETF. Yes, we need things like Tilray to settle down. Because I don't know. My guess is that's, Canopy is a huge component, but Tilray must be a pretty decent one. The airline save. I see no news other than, Stifel maintained coverage with a hold, etc. But I don't see any specific news. No. ITRM, guys, is continuing here. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Michael to let me know that he's in the YouTube room. I'm just going to put the announcement in that I'll be taking my break. Okay, guys, what am I looking at here? Just wanted to see if anything is on my thumbnail charts kind of on the move a little bit. So for this one, SNSS, I will put an alert right at the high here, 356. The alert came into my window, the options at 350 something. Yeah, not 350 something, right at 350. Again, I'm a little, but you never know. I mean, if this really gets some traction, maybe it just really pop right through 4. Who knows? So I'll just wait for that to happen if it does. William, I was going to suggest this one for you, the RTRM, but it's not shortable for me, so I don't know if it is for you. Though it's not way above that 5-minute Bollinger Band, not yet anyway. But it's not shortable for me, so I don't know if it is for you. Okay, thank you, Michael. I see that you started to stream, so I'm going to stop the stream. So again, guys, Head over to the YouTube feed if you want a lot of information about using Brokerage Plus and
All right, so just cleaning up my screen here, but you guys should start to be able to hear me. Let's go. All right, now let's turn this up a little bit. If someone give me feedback on what you see and hear, that'd be great. All right, I see myself there. What's going on with PPG? I'm bouncing a bit there. This is a simulated account, just FYI, that I'm on here, testing out some new things. Okay, so I've heard myself, I saw myself, so everything is good to go. So again, what we do here is we give Barry a nice little time off vacation, grab something to eat, run the room without having to worry about the stream, and we open up to support. So Mike is pretty quiet. I can crank her up a little bit here, but you may need to up your volume. I don't want to clip it. I'm getting as close as I can here before it starts to clip inside the software. And let's go make sure it's using the right mic just in case. But yeah, Barry just may be speaking louder. So a full hour of support, a full hour of whatever you guys want when it comes to trading, trade ideas, whatever have you. Myself, I've been consulting with Trade Ideas for a few years now. Been trading for about 20 years, been using Trade Ideas for 15 years. So I can answer pretty much any question you'd have. My kind of focus, as I'm sure Barry's been talking about, is I'm an algorithmic, I'm an automated trader. I build a lot of the strategies in the AI in Holly. That's kind of what I focus on, is that kind of statistical or quantitative type side of the market. So seems like just as I got on here, we ticked new highs for the day and new highs for, I think that's ever. I think that's all-time highs, is it? Zoom out. Yeah, so we're cracking all-time highs. Market seems to be happy with everything that's going on. I'm Canadian, so I don't really follow your guys' politics, but I see you get a big day going on here, so it's good that the market seems to be reacting nice and calmly to that. So other than that, it's been pretty chill. It's been a pretty chill market. This ABKA is the only kind of new trade that I've taken here and on my live account, but I just like to show off whatever I'm looking at today in this paper account for you guys in the live account. That's about all that's on the go. I'm in this EQ here as well, but that's just kind of chopping around, and those are the big kind of trades I have going. ABK is a really slow, choppy mover, so it's not anything crazy, but has a pretty massive short float, and it's been beaten up quite a bit. It was getting really, really, really tight in through here, and now it looks like it might be kind of popping through that a bit. So I'm just going to give it a shot, see if we're going to push up to 4 or break that, and I don't know, maybe try to get into the gap here somewhat, but a pretty slow burner, this one. So again, everyone that you see here every day generally doesn't really have too much to talk about. We're all traders by trade, and we do different things, consulting with trade ideas and other things as well. So the more you ask questions, the better that everything will be kind of. Oh, this multi-strategy window, it's just whatever this is the first question. Actually, let me open up my pen so I can make sure I'm highlighting things and everything makes sense to you guys. But it's just, this is a multi-strategy window. So basically, a multi-strategy window is one where you can combine a whole bunch of alert windows. So I think there's 4 or 5 alert windows in here, and they're all different, just kind of strategies that I'm using at the time and I'm looking at, and things that I'm testing. Like, for example, this squeeze break is just looking for stocks that are tightening like this. But yeah, this is one of the stages for me that goes from before I will implement a strategy live, but after I'll backtest it. So these will backtest. These backtest pretty well, and then I want to watch them in real time for a few weeks and see how they go, and then they'll make them. So that's all it is, just a combination of strategies that I'm keeping my eye on, trading setups I want to possibly implement into my trading. Thinkorswim hookup is getting there. We're noticing that there's some not really bugs, but best way to word it, I guess, limitations. There's some limitations on the interactive brokers side that we're trying to work around in our system. Basically, their API isn't, I don't want to say isn't the best, but it's got some issues when it comes to lag. All the orders seem to be pushing through fine. Everything seems to be working from everything's getting from trade ideas to Thinkorswim fine, but they're reporting back to trade ideas about what's happening. Seems to be kind of laggy. So long short of it, without dealing with, we're working through some issues that we're hoping to get it. And then again, it's important to note, and I want everyone to hear this who's looking to upgrade for the E-Trade or Thinkorswim integration, it will be in beta. Right? We will start launching this in beta, and beta means just that. And if you're not a software developer, right, beta means a lot of things are untested. There's going to be bugs. There's going to be issues. If you download a beta, you're helping us test those things. So just note that, right? For the people that will get in support that will be angry that something went wrong, right? That's just kind of the way it works when it comes to beta programs. So the next question is, will you have to download something? Yeah, you'll have to download a new version. So if you go, let me open this here. If you go to our website, there's not always, there's most of the time 2 versions on our website. So if you come here and you go to download, there's always this version, so the latest production version. So this is the one that we've we're fairly confident we've hammered out all the bugs, everything's looking good, everything's working fine. When we go down to right below it, we have our newest public beta. So this is for the people who want to test the new stuff. They want to play with the new stuff. Then you can download this and you get access to the latest stuff. And then if everything works out fine here for a few weeks, and we're not getting a lot of issues in support, of software related, we always have user error type issues, then it will get pushed up into the production version. So what you'll notice is that when we say Thinkorswim is good to go, it will be down here in the beta version, just while we, and then again, everybody who downloads this, understand that you're downloading a beta, and thank you, right? Because the people who download these betas and they give good, constructive, nice feedback, that helps us out a lot, because we all trade, but we all trade our own way, and we may use the system in a way that's different than what someone else may use the system, and that's how we like to find things that, we never thought of, this guy that has this trading strategy that does this, and how that would impact things. So having problems with the order window. Sometimes it will pull the order on the chart and it says it's filled. Other times no order. When I click, I will sometimes get a double order. Okay, Charles, so when you go into your order tab, first of all, are you trading on RSIM, or are you trading on Thinkorswim, or IB, right? Is it R Simulator or is it IB? If it is on IB, when you go to your Thinkorswim and you look at the orders there, what are they telling you for the ones that aren't getting filled? Right? What's the issue there? Because of course, Trader Workstation has really good reporting, and they'll say, hey, this is why you didn't get filled, and you can go research that problem. If it's RSIM, then you got to look at where was the price when you tried to get filled, where wasn't it? Because we're on the sim right here. Okay, so what does IB tell you for why that order didn't get canceled? First question is, what data plan are you paying IB for? And that's always the first question. What's the name of the data plan that you're paying out of your pocket each and every month for? Because that data plan is hugely important. So if you're paying them for the correct data plan, then we can take a look a little bit further. If you're not paying them each month for the correct data plan, then just everything will not work. The paid plan. Okay, so there's about 55 paid plans. That's why I asked for the name of the one that you paid for. And again, so I would take a look. Are you paying for the correct plan that covers all the exchanges that you're willing to trade? And then what is IB telling you for the issues, right? Because if you're trying to send an order, IB has all those orders, and with those orders they have notes of why each order was canceled. So what's IB telling you for why they canceled your order? Let me see if I can find the data plan, because the paid data plan is certainly not a name of the data plan. You paid for all 50 plans. So you have the Indian market, the Chinese market, the Saudi Arabian market, the Canadian one, right? There is a name for a data plan that you paid. That name is going to be very important. But you didn't know. There is no plan that covers all maybe all US exchanges, but right, that would be, so the name of that plan, and then we'll go again. So go log on to the IB website right now, look at the name of the data plan you're paying for, and look at the reason why they canceled those orders you're looking for canceled. That will probably solve your problem if you can find out why. So again, let me know when you get the name of the plan that you're paying for, and the what the issue was that on those orders that you know were canceled. What was the error that they gave you? Like, what was the reason? Like, so for example, sometimes they'll cancel and they'll say pattern day trader rule issue, or they'll cancel and they'll say, maybe your time in force was 5 minutes and it says, oh, it canceled because it ran out of time in force, or, they'll tell you why they canceled the order. And as much as I'm not a fan of a lot of what IB does, their reporting is actually phenomenal. This one, yeah. So I've got the one. They're not can't. So if we're sending orders to them, if you're connected correctly, and you've watched this intro video, and again, I don't still see the name of the data plan that you're paying for there, but as soon as you get me whatever that name is, and take a look at this. If we're sending orders and they're not going through, it's because IB is canceling them. That's, we don't fill any orders. We don't create any orders, right? We basically send a message to IB and we say, hey, create this order. So they will create any order we tell them to, and then they'll cancel it if it doesn't meet something. So if the orders aren't making it to IB, then again, I would follow this and then take a look. That video that I put, watch that whole video through and see what's going on there, because I can tell you from working in support that everyone else's orders are being sent and filled. So if not, you need to figure out what is the issue when you're placing your orders. What is it that you're doing that's incorrect? The other thing you can always do is you can go help down here and send files to support, and then let me know if the name on the YouTube chat here is the same as your, or roughly related to your usernames, and I can take a look. And that will tell me things like what, I'll know right away if you're covered by all the data plans and things like that, and I'll be able to see, because again, 99.9% of all issues we find with Brokerage Plus is people not knowing what data plan they have, right? Saying, I have all the data plans, which, right, certainly not. But once we find out what data plan that is, we can figure out if that's the issue, and then we can go take a look. Okay, so click File, send files to support, and we'll take a look. So where are you trying to send the orders from? Are you sending them just from the tab right here? Are you sending them from a strategy? And if so, what it was set up. So Charles, click send that file to support thing. Let me know when you're done and tell me a symbol today that 100% should have gotten filled, but didn't. And I can take a look to see in the back end here a little bit more. First we can take a look at your data plan and make sure that you've set up it will show me your setup versus what's in the video to make sure that you set all that up exactly the way it was shown. And we can go from there with the debug process, because I'm using Brokerage Plus with IB on 3 accounts right now, and they're all working flawlessly. So it's just a settings issue that we've gotta figure out for you. So just let me know when you've sent those files in. And yeah, and again, once you have looked up what the name of the data plan that you're paying for is, because they all have names, right? So I'm sure because you're paying for it monthly, it's got to be listed on their website what that actual name is. I'm looking here on the back end and nothing sent in yet. Got another question. When you place a good to cancel order, that order is shown good today each day until it's canceled. So no, good to cancel order just says that you just leave it out there, right? So, if you pick in your settings that you want the order to be good to cancel, it just stays out there. It will exist in pre and post market as well. Just make sure that you note that it's an order that can be filled in pre and post market, right? Like we know that stop orders and market orders just simply don't work in the pre and post market hours. So, those things just won't work, but they'll still be there. So if you put out a stop order and it's good till canceled, it will just remain there until you decide to cancel it. And note that all stop loss orders and profit target orders and things like that are good to cancel. The only one that we have that's good till day where you may need to kind of mess with that is your entry order. So, if you're saying I'm looking to buy, what am I on, DEI here, and I want to buy it, but, maybe I want to buy it and I want to kind of buy it at 29.20, let's say, right? If it pulls back down to VWAP, that's where I want to buy it. You could say I want that to happen, but you may not want a good to cancel order there, because if it runs all day and then comes back down an hour from now, it's probably not that much interesting to you anymore. You're not going to want to go and buy in there. So we leave that good to cancel. For me, I generally cancel my orders pretty quick. I have a pretty good theory that if I don't get filled, I kind of want to move on. Still nothing from Charles there in support, in the support files. For your automated AI entries, what limit do you recommend? I use just around 5 cents for my limit offset, but it's important that when you're looking at a limit offset, it's really a game of adjusting. It's really a game of trying to figure out, how do I word this? So basically what you should be doing, tracking all your trades, right? And any trader who doesn't track their trades is, again, same as a guy with no trading plan. You're just kind of gambling and hope things work out. But while you're tracking your trades, you should also track how many trades you miss. So for example, say you're trading with the AI and the AI has gotten 10 trades today and you missed 3. Right. And then that's kind of your percentage overall. You track it for a couple weeks as everybody who's trading does. And then at the end of those weeks, you sit down like we all do and we say, okay, let me go through my most recent trades. If you're missing 30% of all your trades, well, then you may go, okay, now it's time to take my limit offset from 2 cents to 5 cents and try that for a week or two. If you ever get to the point where you're getting filled on 99 to 100% of all trades, well, now you may want to look at it the other way, and you might want to say, well, maybe now it's time to get a little bit greedy. Now it's time to try to save myself a couple cents, because of course there's a certain amount of trades you will just miss, right? That's trading, right? That's algo trading and non-algo trading alike. You're just going to miss some trades. It's just going to be the way it works. So you're for the limit offset, the long answer is you need to figure out how many you are comfortable missing. And if you're comfortable missing, 10% and you're missing 30%, it's time to move it up a bit, and vice versa, is kind of the best way to go. So Charles, still seeing that you've sent nothing into support there. So let me know when you've done that. It's just 2 buttons, right? Just click help and then click send files to support. And we'll start to take a look there, but until you do that, we can't really see too much of the back end. PPG. This has been so far a good little trade here. I'm not in nearly as big in my real account. I wish I was, but I just moved my stop to break even in that account, and I'll move it to this one as well. Just a great little, right? The stock's been 4 days in a row down to this kind of support area right here. I really like these kind of plays. Intraday, I'm not really a counter trend trader on the daily basis. I'm more of on an intraday basis. I like counter trend trading, and this one just looked very nice, just down a few days in a row right into this area. So I bought some here with the AI. The beauty of it is you kind of had a long time to figure that out. We'll see kind of what happens here. More of a swing trader myself, so when it comes to these shorter term trades, they're kind of that's where the bread and butter comes from. So when it comes to these shorter term trades, I'm usually kind of quick to be counter trend, and I'm more of a kind of a scalper when it comes to these type of things. Still nothing in there, Charles. We can't help you out until you send those files in. We can take a look at everything. Problem with these up days like this is that they're just kind of slow and grindy, right? Do I have a list of customs I can share? Depends, right? There is a near infinite number of custom formulas we can build. So I think the question more is what kind of custom do you think you need for your trading plan would be a better way to do it, just because you can multiply or divide or subtract anything any of our formulas, right? So there's thousands of custom formulas we can get for you. The question is kind of what do you want for your trading plan? Most of my customs are pretty boring. Most of them are just multiplying the average true range by 2 or something like that in order to get a profit target. But yeah, huge amount of things you can do. The question is, are you the Bills fan? I am not. That's Sean, probably. Chicago Sean would be my bet. Because I know he was from Buffalo for a while there. Slowly just breaking into new highs here. So this inauguration thing you guys got going on, is this an all-day thing or is this end soon? And again, Canadian, don't care what your politics. Just wondering from a trading point of view, is this right? Do they just come out here and say a bunch of stuff and then leave, or is this kind of like a whole day jamboree? Could I show how to set the target filter for ATR? Yeah, sure. So you're looking for average true range as a target. So first step is you have to build that as a filter, right? So it's an all day thing. That sucks. I just hate when there's news events all day. It just makes for scarier trading, I guess would be a better way to put it, right? I don't watch the news, but it just means that something can happen, right? Someone says something, you know how it goes with Fed stuff and all this. So this video is a great one to get you started with custom formulas, but we'll just kind of go quickly through how that works. When you go to our website and you log in, I'm going to bring this up so you guys can see it in a second, and you get to like this login screen right here. What you're able to do from there is you're able to go to custom formulas, and then you can add or remove. You can have up to 100. You see that I'm kind of max, but let's find average. That here. So here's average true range. So what I would have done, if you scroll to the bottom of this page here and you open up these two files, there's two help code files right here. One is a filter list. So this is a list of all of our filters, and this code over here is what we kind of call that that filter, right? What it's called in the back end. And then this one here is a little PDF that shows you other filters you can access, as well as, you know, how we come up with our codes. It's just a nice little read through if you're interested in getting started with this. Really, the moral of the story is if it's here, you can reference it, and if it's not here, you can't reference it, kind of a thing. You can't create filters, you can customize filters, kind of thing. So if I wanted to average true range times 3, I would just search for average true range, right? So you can see that here it says that we call average true range square bracket ATR square bracket. So I'll just copy that in and get rid of this, right? So I'll copy that in and then, you know, multiply by 3 the same as you would in any Excel program, any computerized program from there. So when I save that, now it's saved, and I've called it average true range times 3. I've denoted it's in dollars. So that part's done, right? And that's fairly easy part there. And then I go into my strategy right here. So this is just a strategy from Brokerage Plus. And if I go into risk management, I can go into target and then select filter. And then if I search for, just go to the A's, my average true range times 3 that you guys saw me just build is right there. So then if I click OK, now what this algorithm will do is it will look for the average true range as a target, right? So it will say, okay, let's take whatever the value of the stock that comes through the strategy is and multiply that value of average true range by 3, and Bob's your uncle. And that's about all there is to it. It's not the most exciting thing in the world, but it's a good way to customize exits. You know, for example, if you have you're using a stop, then you can go from there and you can say, okay, well, you know, say I'm using smart stop as my stop. Well, then it may make sense to do a smart stop times 2 or a smart stop times 3 or something like that as a target, just to put them out there. Not a huge target guy myself, but there's certainly a lot of merit there. I'm getting a thank you from Brian. No problem. Still nothing from Charles, so I don't think we're going to be able to address that in this. We can't really do anything without those files. Sticky issue clicking on price alert windows and getting stock to come up on chart. So I'm on the most recent beta. Let me open up my price alerts and then click. And that came up. And I click on this one and that came up. So I don't know why I have 3 alerts there. That seems to be working for me, though. You might just want to restart. I see you saw that when you close TrendSpider, it's better. One thing to note, and I am using TrendSpider more and more, and I do like their charts, but if you're external linking to TrendSpider, you got to note that they have this thing where this autocomplete box, right? So if I start typing in APL, you see I was trying to autocomplete what I'm typing in. What we've had to do is we've had to put in an actual lag into typing anything into TrendSpider, because when we didn't, what would happen is that it would immediately put in the symbol and hit enter. But that actually, if I don't know if you've ever done this with TrendSpider, but if I type too quickly, so if I crank out a symbol real fast, it actually won't work with TrendSpider. So we've added in a little lag. So you have to click, and I think they worked it out. So it's about 3/4 of a second or so, which you just wait for that to finish before you clicking on the next one. But for me on the beta, again, you can see with the price alerts here, everything seems to be working. Everything seems to be working here. Or if I click on, I already have NSA up. If I click on CTSX, the way we go. This one's an interesting. I missed this one yesterday, but then we go from there. But yeah, just note that that's something we had to build in. It kind of sucks because I like just to smash the down key and just like see as many symbols as I can and just only act if like my lizard subconscious brain said, hey, away we go. But it was just this filter that TrendSpider has that's just allows the autocomplete. We just have to wait until that kind of catches up, which what we found is that in a lot of cases, their autocomplete was quick, but then every now and then it would lag a bit and then everything would get all jumbled up. So we just put in that about, half a second delay, give or take. So just make sure that you slow it down a little bit with TrendSpider. We link with wealth charts as well, and it's the same thing where they have this autocomplete feature, and it kind of slows things down a bit. Yeah, still no new files sent in there. Well, once you send in that file that we've been asking for, I'll be able to look to see if the data plan's your problem. But you said you bought all of the data plans, so that should be fine. But just click help and send files to support, and I'll take a look. Right, either you've bought a data plan, it will tell me right away if you have, or you don't have a data plan, in which it will tell me right away that you haven't. So we'll be able to exclude that one pretty quickly. We basically put a giant error right at the top of the log file, because again, a lot of people are resistant to buying a data plan. I totally get that, right? You're already paying for data, and you're paying your broker commission. You think that would be enough, but at least for IB, that's not. They want you to not only pay that, they want you to pay data fees on top of that. And then it looks like with E-Trade's new platform, it's the same way. They're charging for data as well. So it's going to be another issue with support and clients when we get to that stage, I really just wish, the broker was like, hey, thank you for giving us all of your money and trading through us. Here is, live real-time data without the need to pay. Just on your on your trade ideas, Charles, just hit help and send files to support. Just hit those two buttons. And then again, right, you said that you're already paying for data. I'll be able to tell you whether that data plans correctly after you just click help and then send files to support. If you want help with IB's website, you need to contact IB for them. We can't be supporting their stuff. I don't know where it is. To be honest, their website's insanely confusing. This OBLN is insane. The AI got it, but that stop was just obviously too tight, but you had no way of knowing it was going to just be an absolute bonkers stock like this. Such a slow burner of a market, just grinding higher. Yeah, still nothing in there, Charles. Just from hitting those two buttons. They should get to me pretty instantly after you do them. They're pretty small files. Okay, again, if you just click help and send file to support, I'll be able to see whether or not the data plan that you were adamant that you're paying for a plan. So again, just clicking those two buttons will I can tell you whether or not the plan you're paying for is covering all the exchanges the way that you said above, or whether there's some sort of problem. Just the two, just help and then send files to support, and after that, the system will take care of everything else for you. I got about 12 minutes while I'm here, so away we go. All one had to do was buy. Yeah, well, yeah, you just need to know the future. Just like, what do you do in a slow grind market like this, right? As a swing trader, I know most of you guys are probably day traders, but like, I've got stuff. I wish I had more stuff. It's just like everything, you know, as long as you're not fighting the Fed, it'll be very interesting to see. And I'm not a big fundamental guy, but I think it's kind of hard to deny that a lot of this market's gusta recently has been the printing of money that Trump's Fed, right? He hired all the Fed people, has been doing. The real question is, with the change in leadership and a change, Janet Yellen's coming to be the boss of the Fed, if they're going to change the prior policies and how quickly. I really think, right? Because you got to think, if they're dumping that much money into the market, the only thing that's going to make it go down for an extended period of time is going to be if they stop dumping that much money into the market quickly, as you know, or if they're going to move it slowly. So I wonder if there's a way to find out when her first event is, to see what, because that would be the one. Again, I wouldn't watch the event. I don't watch any news when I trade. But knowing when she's going to speak for the first time, maybe the first kind of real market moving shakeup we've seen, because that's when traders are going to be, keeping their eye on the guy who's got their hand on the money printer, or the lady, I guess in this case, who's got her hand on the money printer, and say, all right, are you going to pull the plug, or are you going to ramp it up? What are you going to do? And then let's make our next play from that. Is she ordering a second printer? In which case we're going to double in price again, or what? How can I drag my charts vertically? If you're talking about scrunching up the price, you can't at this time, Brian. You can hold control and use your wheel to zoom in and out. Shrinking them vertically like this, we have it locked so that the price action encapsulates kind of the top and the bottom of the screen, so you can't extend them out. Or I know what you mean, like a lot of, I can show you a trend spider here. You're talking kind of like this, right? We just don't have that built in at this time. I always get in trouble when I do that anyway. I have to remember to put it back to auto sizing. Stops that are off screen easily. You're not going to see all this, but I double click on the chart just to make it full screen to move the stops, and then I shrink it back down. Reason I do that too is I like the ability to finely control the stops. The other way you can always change stops too is if you right click on the position within Brokerage Plus, there's a modify stop order button. So I like the fact that the second one down is move to break even. So you can click on that and it will pop your stop immediately to break even. I like that one, but it gives you some options here. So on PG, right, I can move it to break even. It just takes whatever the current price of the stock is and it will pop it right there. But I can make it tighter or I can make it looser with these keys. So if you're looking to quickly move a stock or a stop, you can do that. Again, the other way is to zoom out with a higher time frame or right, just zoom back like this. So if I put this stop down here, right, and then I zoom in, I can't see it. I can just zoom back out and I can see it there and I can just bring it back up. Or at any point, I can show you this. I can just right click, modify stop orders, move to break even. You can see it just popped right up there to where my entry price was, which is 144.66. So, right, give or take, it's break even, right? It's one of those things that if you're getting filled in any size, you may have an average price if your fill took a couple chunks to get in or a couple chunks to get out. But yeah, there's nothing stopping this market. Right? You'd be just what a nice, just clean. I've been saying this for a while here on this stream and on my own YouTube channel, but just a very orderly uptrend here. Decent pullbacks and then new highs and then a little pullback and then new highs. Just a nice orderly uptrend for ages. We had this kind of one dip in November, and then assuming this is probably around your guys' election, and then ever since then, like all of these pullbacks have just been so shallow. And when you get shallow pullbacks, to me anyway, as a technician, I look at this and I say, well, shallow pullbacks mean that there's buyers in waiting. There's no way, and again, I don't follow the news, but there's no way there's not been a bearish news story or event. Even this one, which was when you guys had those that insurrection going on there. The pullback was just one day, and then 2 days later we were at new highs. So again, could be anything. My interpretation of shallow pullbacks as a technician is just that there's a whole bunch of people waiting. They call it the wall of worry, right? The FOMO play of, oh crap. I missed this. Let me get it when it pulls back. And as soon as everybody's kind of sitting on the sideline and saying, let me wait for it to pull back, it never pulls back. And that's the same kind of thing I think that's going on here with Bitcoin as well, as everyone's kicking themselves in the arse saying, oh, I wish I bought Bitcoin when it was breaking out. Let me wait for it to pull back. And that's why it's having such a hard time with an orderly pullback, and same with the market, right? How many people are FOMO from this area right here, chasing the market up, so they're just putting in stops. So again, until there's an event large enough that matters, that's all that every pullback is just getting instantly. And then the question is, how is the pullback resolving? And in most cases, you can see it's resolving with a bottoming tail here. So means they're not even waiting to gap it up the next day. They're buying that pullback action as it's happening intraday. Just insanely bullish action. At some point, I'm sure that bullish action will break, but until then, right, stocks keep going up. Keep buying stocks that are going up, I guess. Half of that's a pep talk to myself, because I personally have a hard time. I'm kind of the opposite of Barry, who likes to see a lot of upward momentum happening before he gets in. I cringe when I have to buy stuff at higher and higher prices. So I'm kind of pep talking myself into getting back to the grindstone and trying to figure out another couple long trades. because I'm certainly underinvested for what's going on in this crazy market. All right, let me see where Barry is here. So Charles, again, if you ever get to clicking those send file to support buttons, right, just email support in after, just so you know that they won't know when you send the files in. You'll need to tell them, hey, I send the files in. This is the order that I think should have gone through but never made it to IB. Thanks. And then they can look at that and say, hey, they can go through and look at your data plan and all this kind of stuff, and they can and most importantly, you give them the symbol with the issue, because then they can just search for that particular one, right? These log files are just massive lines of code, so the more they can narrow it down, the quicker, the easier it will be to diagnose any issue. So, all right, guys, that is it for me today. Barry is back in action. Everyone trade safe out there in this boring market today.
In the YouTube room, before I take my my leave and do my video. BZH guys, I mean, there was the alert right here. 1716, kind of waited for that 17. What was that break right there? 1723. I think that's what that was, the high right there. Now let's see. Okay, just doing a check here in our YouTube room. Can you guys hear me? Because I do want to take off and do my video. I'll come right back. Okay, thank you. Great call on the OBLN, Asia. All right, so if you want to follow my video that I do every day, just click on my homepage, and right there's my trading room recap, really. Okay? And usually gets sent out a couple of hours after I finish it, sent to your email. All right, guys, I'm just going to put the announcement in that I'm off while I do my video. No, something is triggered. Oh, look at the next one, guys. NEOS. I don't have time. NEOS. NEOS is just triggering. In the, let's see, yeah, in the options. So 120 is the next high looking left. I mean, if it can, keep an eye on this one while I'm doing my video, guys. I mean, if it takes out 120, I mean, look where it could go. Could go up to that 160, 170 level. NEOS, it's not a low float, 48 million in the float. But I'm off to do my video, so I'm going to put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. Ihor, nice. I'm glad they're working out for you. My preset scanners, excellent. All right, I'm seeing a little bit of a lift in some of the EV plays. I see a little lift in solo out of here, and some volume that came in for solo. I'm seeing a lift for FUV. Probably we're going to see a lot of patterns like this. Let's take a look at NIO. Is it moving? Not yet. Maybe it's more the US based ones. Though solo is Canada, but I'm afraid to look at GRTS. Oh, okay, I thought it was up here. I thought you were going to say it was up there. All right, well, let's take a look. What happened in NEOS? NEOS, so yeah, so it did get up to what, 110. Yeah, so the big area right there is 120. I mean, if it can somehow crack through that 120, I have to put it. I'm going to put an alert around 117. Little bit ahead of it. All right, so what happened here? DSS 404. Wow, I mean this has so much room if it wants to start moving. DSS obviously got hammered today. Just want to see if there's a specific reason for DSS being hammered. Look at FUV, man. What a run now, FUV. Well, it was more of a run when it was up to 1770, but Sicyon, there's another little one popping. Another one with a ton of room if it can ever. I mean, it's got a long ways to go to get to 150. I get it, but boy, if it could ever, at some point, take out that 150 area, look left and look how much room CLSN has. And lots of volume coming in. A lot of volume. That is a trend. No kidding. One little red candle on the SPY, the 15-minute. Okay, BQ. Givo, is it bouncing off 8? That's the big thing. Is it bouncing off 8? Yeah, it bounced really well. It didn't quite get down to 8. So again, Givo did a financing. A big one, I think. Huge financing, actually. 43.75 million shares at $8. I mean, that is a big financing. But it's above the financing price. Way above it. Look at FUV. I mean, somebody put a charge into this. Look at the volume that is coming into the 15-minute. Oops, well, it went the other way. It went the other way, BQ did. That would have been a heck of a short. All right, oh, this is actually on the way down. SYRS on the way down. Hello, Kaiser. CLSN. Boy, that KRKR is still, probably had a pullback, right? Yeah, had a pullback, but still strong. That next level, well, it's over that 431, and then the next level was over here at 450. So I mean, 450. You know, it takes that out. Look out. In fact, well, look out. It just took it out. It just took it out. Wow. I mean, that's just a big wow, guys. Just if it takes this out, look out. And boy, did it ever take it out. There's about a 40-cent pop, just like that. All right, excuse me, CLSN challenging again that high. Well, it did take out the high. CLSN. What did I say? Oh yeah, if I have to put an alert up here around one, it's not going to happen today. Famous last words, but it's not going to happen today. I want to put an alert right around that 150 mark for CLSN. Can you just see what could happen if it took that out? Look left. Look at the room it's got for CLSN. Now again, I say famous last words. I mean, I refuse to believe it's going to happen today, but it might. See if there's any news on that, Celsian. I see no news other than these lawyers suing them. Other than that, very rosy. Boy, real, it's been so long since I've shorted anything. Just can't pay attention to these tops. Yeah, I'm looking at Rewalk here. It looks like, on that weekly chart, right in this area here, looks like there's a little too much resistance. So kind of a little too choppy. Did it finally bounce? I've not been able to follow it. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, I guess it did from 10 to 11 if you timed it. Yeah, I mean, 10 would have been a good place. Just get it around that 10 mark, 10, 20 mark, and if it took out 10, then get out. Yeah, that was a nice run. Oh, I haven't seen this one for a while. Jounce. JNCE. What a nice few days it's had. JNCE. It's a low float, 16 and a half or 0.8. Above that high, the next high looking left is around about $1 away. JNCA, very choppy on that 2 minute. You can see that bottoming tail way down here. That's a little frightening. Yes! Sorry, guys. Sorry. Shameless. I know. Shameless cheerleading. Well, I kind of laid it out. We got the alert here, BZH at 1716, and said, well, if it can take out that 1723, it has a shot because there's really no resistance. I'm not going to tell you to take the trade. If it doesn't make sense what I say, then don't do it, of course. But that's all I was looking at, and the fact that certainly at the time, but home builders. Where's the other one? home builders here. I mean, strong sectors. I mean, the market's all strong, but there are some negative sectors. I mean, the banks have been beaten up. Regional banks, the banks have been beaten up to a certain extent. Financials, energy doesn't look strong. I mean, it's not horrible, but it doesn't look that strong. Yeah, I don't know about this. Nice call, real. Nice call on the CGIX below 1419 or 14 419. So it's already hit your first level. Actually, it almost hit your second level. All right, Asia, you'll be happy to know. I know you're telling me to. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. To ignore the float, you'll be happy to know that GSAT just showed up on the options. Look at the option volume, 46,000, which is almost seven times normal. Okay, well, we'll split the kudos. Okay, then we'll you guys, how polite is this room? Normally it'd be all me, I did it. Not in this room though. GSAT showed up on the options. And so this is the only way I'd get in it if it took out 117. That's the high of last week. And back this out a bit, and let's just take a look to see what the next levels would be and how far away. So, I mean, we're talking 3 years ago. 3 years ago, for GSAT, those highs, I don't know if that really makes any difference. The high was 135. Whoa, yes. Sorry. Your wish is my command, okay? I'll just show you how you get it. Just click on my home page. Okay, click on my home page, Asia, and just, or Aja, I don't know how to pronounce your name, or just click on it and go to the scan section, okay? And then it's called Moving Higher with Unusual Strong Options. These are the alerts we've had from it today. Look at the volume for Beezer. Look at that daily volume. I mean, Ija? Okay. Ija. Gotcha. Gotcha, Ija. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Okay, now here is rewalk, but I thought there's too much resistance right around here. Oh, no, sorry, not there. Right around here for a rewalk. So it's getting close. It's just kind of choppy though, all the way up on the weekly chart. I mean, listen, it could explode, but I usually just, when I see a weekly chart that looks like this, I usually take a pass. Now again, it could explode, but I just usually take a. Now it looks a lot better on the monthly chart. Kind of. I mean, if you want to get really aggressive, and just kind of look at this as being not quite 45 down. Look at FUV. My goodness. FUV. Look at the volume that came in. Volume is still pretty good. Another 5 minutes for this candle to close on the 15-minute chart. You know what? Let's just keep putting price alerts higher and higher for Beezer. That's right. Now I remember why Givo. So they did their financing, raised a whack of money, and it's way off the financing price of 8, so that's encouraging. Guys, this has been just an awesome, awesome alert from here. 1716. I mean, one little red candle here, one little red candle here. There's your trend. Oh boy. And a relatively, well, because of that trend, this has been a stress-free trade. Now listen, guys, I may be completely wrong about the RWLK. I mean, it may explode right through this. All right, this is just a little bit of fun I have. Just keep putting price alerts. Meanwhile, KKR, wow. I know, William, you're you're looking to keep shorting this. I'm sure at some point it's going to turn into a wonderful short for you, but wow, what a run. Oh, you've already covered, I'm sorry. I thought you said you were going to short again if it approaches 5, which it has. It is. You don't have to. Okay. Look at FUV. I mean, man, oh man. Let's see what Drive is doing. DRIV. DRIV, that is an ETF for the sector. Let's see if it is ripping. Not really. What was the other one? Somebody said iDrive or IDRV. Is that right? No. Yeah, it is. Okay. Yeah, just not the same volume. Why do you do that, Ija? Like, why would you want to see stocks that don't trade options? Just out of curiosity. You know, I don't even know why I have this window. I haven't looked at shorts for so long now. No, okay, okay, there you go. Thank you, William. I never really thought about that. Yeah, Aisha, somebody said the same thing in the room, other room. My sector list, Dr. J, it is one of these scans I'm sharing. So just go to my homepage. Okay, go to my homepage, and it's one of the scans that I'm sharing. I think it's called the Spider Sector List, something like that. And there it is, Spider Sector List, okay? SPAC on the move, RTP. Yeah, well, I'm looking at the channel right there. So it's way above the channel, well, getting way above the channel. And let's see, the 5-minute Bollinger Band looks like around 540. So that's above that. GSAT moving a little bit here. There's that magic number right there, 117. Takes that out. Big float. So it didn't quite get up to 558 before it turned. KRKR. What is the time? 1:49. Okay. Yeah, it might be over now. The OBLN. And look at these bottoming tails. When I say over, the downtrend, we have 4 bottoming tails right there on the 15-minute chart. Again, you know, the sellers try to knock it down. Buyers close it here. Sellers here again. The sellers really tried this time, but the buyers closed it here at least. They look like they could be in control again, and that is the OBLN. All right, definitely keep an eye on the CHRA. I mean, it got an alert at 402. It's just below it. Look what it did 2 days ago. Got all the way up to 522 or so. It's a low float, 11 million in the float. So let's see if it takes out the high again. Yeah, put it higher, a little around 408, 407. And see if it takes that out. Where is this out of? U.S. stock? Don't know what they do. Mission critical, environmental and maintenance services, okay. Corporate speak. What is your mission statement? All right, so I've got my alert set for this one right up here around 406 for the CHRA. Traders are just, all they're doing is they're just, like myself, they're just looking at that high that happened last week to see, okay, if it takes out 4, can it start to fill in this area a little bit? Yeah. Our employees are our most important resource. All right, guys, GSAT, critical level, that's 17 right there. Is the trade of the week moving? No. I don't think it's going to trigger this week. We'd have to take some really big news or something for it to trigger this week, I think. Ah, yes, I remember that. IJA. I do remember that now. There it goes, guys. GSAT. Look at the volume that's coming in. GSAT. Oh, why not? Okay, another little move here for BZH. Maybe back this out again to see what sort of resistance there is for GSAT. Okay, so Ion. First of all, everything in a channel. Yeah, if you go to a channel and you make a change, and then you go to another channel, and then you go back to that channel, yeah, the changes are not saved. The reason being is that that channel is for everybody. So the changes you might like may not be what other people want. Okay. Now, loading from the cloud is completely different. Loading from the cloud. So let me try to understand what you're saying. So you cannot, if you make a change in the channel, I mean, in theory, this is what you could do. Yeah, it's a little complicated. If you wanted to, you could save the layout. So let's just say I load a channel and I see it, and that's it on my screen. Okay, that channel's on my screen. I could save the layout as another name. Let's just say, for argument's sake, you went to EV related. So you could call it my EV Ion or something like that. Just so, and then, I mean, if you wanted to do it this way, hopefully that's making sense so far. And where it says channel bar right here, the little gear, it's not that friendly. Edit the channels. And then you can click on that add a channel. And you could do a search, select from the cloud. So assuming you've saved it from the cloud, I know it's getting a little complicated. And select from the cloud. You find the layout that you called maybe Ion, EV Ion, as I'm using that as an example. You load it, then it'll show up. Then you give it a name. And then you say okay, and then what happens is your version of that will appear up here. See, I've got pre-market, I've got market open. But the bottom line is, if you go to a channel and you make a change to any one of the windows, and then you leave that channel, go to another one, no, it's not saved because that channel is for everybody. Did that make sense? You can do it again if it didn't make sense. What I do, though, I mean, I don't care so much about, to be honest, saving things up here in the channel bar. I did this just, as a, not as a, well, I shouldn't call it a joke, but when I load channels, I mean, not channels, my layouts, I just save my layouts, that's all. And then when I want to load a layout, I just either load from the cloud and I find my layout, and then I just load it, and that's it. I save everything to my computer also. Saving everything to the cloud is really, really important for two reasons. If anything happens to your computer, all right, and you have to scrap your computer for whatever reason, as long as you've loaded everything to the cloud, when you get a new computer, or if you had to do a reformat or whatever, as long as you've loaded to the cloud or saved everything to the cloud, then when you download a program again, then all you have to do is load things back from the cloud. Okay, they'll be in the cloud for you. That's number one. Number two, if you have multiple devices, so you have a tablet, you've got a laptop, I'm on my desktop, you can have trade ideas loaded on as many devices as you want. You can only open it one device at a time, but you can have it on as many devices as you want. So let's just say you download trade ideas to your laptop. Same thing. All you have to do then is go file load from cloud and load your layout or load individual windows. So you don't have to recreate everything device to device. Yeah, I think ultimately, with this WOPR, ultimately what you'll be able to have is your simulated and a Brokerage Plus window open at the same time and independent of each other, ultimately, okay? Okay, so what I would do, first of all, Ian, do you have a layout yet at all that you have created? Yeah, okay, penny stock advisor, sorry. This is not that sort of a room, okay? Just so you know. All right, so this is what I would be doing. I think I can demonstrate this. I just want to make sure a couple of things here. I'm going to show you what you can do. Whole idea is to eventually make a layout that you like. Yeah. He's not banned. Let's see if he comes back. Oh, you'll still need a premium. You'll still need the. Will you? No, I guess you will not need the premium service. No. No. Okay. I'm going to load a channel. Okay, so watch what I do. And this is for anybody else, okay, when you're going through the channel bar. Let's go to momentum channel. Yay, nothing disappeared. Okay, so let's just say, for instance, you look at this called Momo, and you say, I wonder what this is. You right-click. Look at OBLN guys going absolutely crazy. So you take a look at this, Momo. You right-click, configure, summary. You see what the filters we're using, okay? Now, you can make a change, if you want to customize it more to your style of trading. Maybe you don't like that price range. All right, so I can, let's say for me, I would say change it to 1 in 20. See how it changes up here? And let's just say I leave everything else the same, okay? Everything else is the same, okay? Now, what I do is I save it to the cloud. Right-click, save or share to cloud, save it. So it's in the cloud. You can go through various channels and start extracting windows like that that you might look and go, I wouldn't mind seeing that one, and making an adjustment and saving it into the cloud. All right? Because the next time when you go to another channel, that channel gets replaced. And again, the same exercise, EV related. Do I want EV related, multi-stream strategy, whatever. So again, if I thought this was something I might want, I can make some changes, save it to the cloud. I'm going to save that one to the cloud. Okay. So now I'm not going to do this quite, but if you now clear your screen, so nothing's on it except for your toolbar. Just one moment, please. I'll be there tomorrow with my bells on. Oh, usually I'm talking to Kim. Usually she gets my humor. All right. So, no changes. I'm still healthy as anything. Okay. Bye. Little dental appointment for tomorrow. All right, guys. So, look at BCH. So, what you do then is extract various windows, okay, from the various scans that you might like. Now, I'm going to close down. Now, if you did that, you'd now have a blank screen, okay? A blank screen. Now, what you do is you can start taking those windows, file, load from cloud. Notice I've got these two. I save them. You'll see them right at the top. You just click on it, load it, Now it's on your, pop another monitor. There it is, okay? You can do that now for each one that you saved. And once you have all those windows up and running, and you might want to put some charts, then you can save your layout. File, save or share to cloud. Save or share to cloud. Okay, click on entire, give it a name. And then save it. So now you've got your layout. All right? And when you exit Trade Ideas, I'm not going to click on the exit because it'll ruin my linking. It's going to ask you, do you want to save your layout? Yes or no? Just say yes. Then tomorrow when you load Trade Ideas again, you'll have your layout loading. Okay? Does that make sense? So, there's nothing, I don't go to the channel bar. The channel bar is great as a start to take a look at the various themed channels that we've got. And yeah, but I wouldn't be, because the minute you click on one, your layout goes away. So, whole idea is eventually when you become more or less accustomed to Trade Ideas, you'll have your own layout that you'll want to see every day. Yeah, I don't want to tell you, okay, Ion? I honestly don't want to tell you. It's involved pinning a window, and the problem is people get into so many problems with it. They don't understand how pinning works, and they overlay layout after layout after layout, and all of a sudden their system bogs down, and they don't understand why. So I'm not going to tell you. I know it sounds crazy, but I'm not going to tell you. Probably not. I don't even know if we have anything on pinned windows. It's a feature that I don't really. The reason I say this is because I would say that probably get 10, 15 a week of people saying my system is completely bogged down. I don't know why. And by bogged down, I mean if you look at that little green ball there, or it's hard to see, but all of a sudden, your system, it comes to a standstill, and they don't understand what they've done. So I choose not to. If you're new to it, don't worry about it now, okay? I don't think I ever told you to pin things. What I was doing is I was when I was sharing a pinned window. I don't think I ever said to pin them. And so what was happening is, so our support people just jumped all over me and says, stop doing that. Well, guys, what a day. I'm telling you, this has been an awesome trade, if I do say so myself. Every now and then, I see these after the fact and I'm not in them, And I always say, guys, print this chart, a chart that looks like this. This is a trend. And, got the alert way back here at 17.16. I'm just about ready to take some out because, you know me, 18, getting close to that whole number. MBIO, sure, why not? MBIO, and the answer is, yeah, I see what you're looking at. So the next high looking left is 485. What's above that? 485, 485, 450. So now the next spiked high is 10, excuse me, oh yeah, right up here. I remember this now. 1020. Yeah, I mean if it can get over 5. So how did Johns do from the original alert here? J 1088, has it really moved? Not really. All right, clear channel, CCO. Look at this one, guys. Looking left, what do you see? 169, that's the next high looking left. Not the next high, that just broke the last high looking left. So 169 for clear channel. And this is in the week, but this is mainly today, I guess. Yeah, mainly today. So if you look left, what's the next high? The next high is 213. Yeah, that's a little bit a ways, but I mean, if it can ever really keep going, I mean, this has got a lot of room. CCO. On a percentage basis. Got a lot of room on a percentage basis. It's huge float. Big float for a $2 stock. Almost $500 million in the float. Next one coming in. AUVI. Look at AUVI. Look at the volume that just come in to AUVI. That has just come in to AUVI. And wow, I mean, this is such a low float. And this was halted. Okay, this was halted before. I didn't realize that. It is just open. AUVI is just opened. And look out. Now, look, guys, super risky. 2.7 million in the float. Anything can happen. And it just got halted again on the way up, and it's stacking up. I mean, this is early. You know, 618, but it's stacking up. What do they do? Where are they? Lighting equipment manufacturing, okay? Such a low float. hazard-free disinfecting vanity mirrors. Yeah, I think I do. There it is. There it is. Okay, Kaiser, this is for you and anybody else. That's the A-Table Junior. Okay, so I've taken a lot of the BZH out just in case it cannot get through 18. All right, this will be interesting to see. So this got halted first at 552. And this is the AUVI. Sort of remember seeing this one before. Not today, but maybe. Well, it's making a new high, BZH. So maybe you can get through 18. Stick the alert. Why not? Stick the alert. Say 1807. Be really optimistic. Now AMC did very well, and it looked good in the pre-market. It pulled right back. Of course they do, Mystic. No, Tank, where you been? I remember now. What a memory. You haven't been around for a while. Mm. Is it the next one to go to 1,000? Well, obviously, I mean, they had earnings. Stellar again. If I read correctly, they had 100 million subscribers in 2017. They now have 200 million, so they've doubled in about 3.5 years. AUVI just opened. And I guess they're now debt-free or something, or this is the first quarter or next quarter, they're going to actually make a profit. They don't have to go to the market anymore for money. They might actually, I think, declare a dividend or something. So I guess a lot of good news for Netflix. Whether it's going to 1,000 though. Well, the other one that is moving, guys, is JNCE. This is moving 16.8 million in the float. The next high looking left, way up here on that weekly chart, 1180. Well, I'm telling you, just to digress a little bit regarding, say, Netflix and to maybe a lesser with Prime, Amazon Prime. There are only a few series that I actually now watch on I guess we'll call network television. I mean, there are some HBO things, I guess, which will always crop up, but there are very, very, very few series that I now watch on network television. So other than live sporting events, I would just have Netflix or Prime. Yeah, bets are being placed, guys. Not looking that great. Certainly on the daily chart. Now, the monthly, it's been running a bit. Watch live sports. Yeah, so save and share, Ion, is if you wanted to share a cloud link with somebody, okay? Otherwise, just save. So notice what I can do. So save or share to cloud. So you have the two options. So if I said entire, okay, and then gave it a name, etc. So if I wanted to share it with other people, then I would say save and share. If I just want to save it into my cloud, I just save. That's the beauty of what we can do, the collaboration. That's how I'm able to share things with everybody. And from time to time, some will, share. Some people will say, hey, listen, guys, I've put together this scan. I think it's pretty good. I'd like to share with the room. Yeah, so this is the one that got really, really hammered. I mean, it hasn't complete. I mean, I see what it's doing. It's moving, getting some volume and all, low float. I mean, listen, I'd be putting an alert. I mean, you're giving away some, but 677 is the high. It's not that far away. So just stick an alert around there. And if we can ever crack through that, I mean, obviously, look at that void. Yes. You don't have to. If you save it to the cloud, well, when you exit, I mean, this is what I do. I mean, I save to the cloud. I save each individual window to the cloud, okay? Each individual scan, I save to the cloud. And then I save my entire layout to the cloud. The reason I save individual windows to the cloud is because, every now and then I might look at a window that I've got in my layout and say, you know what, I don't like it anymore. And so I go into the cloud and maybe I maybe take a look at another one. And maybe I add, and so that's why, and then maybe I incorporate that into my new layout, if you will. Okay, so that's why I like to save individual windows to the cloud. I also, though, I do save my layout to my computer. I do save my layout to my computer also. And then when you exit, you can say, it'll say, do you want to save to your computer? I mean, literally, it's saving to your computer. If you exit and when it says yes or no, I always say yes. Because, the next morning, that's the one that's the layout that I want to see. Sport or religion. In between. In between. Every little good Canadian gets a pair of skates when they're about 4. Well, I'm exaggerating. I can't speak for every Canadian out there. Yeah, look at APRE. I mean, this is interesting. You know, if we can take this out, I mean, this. Okay, so once you've saved your layout to the cloud, Ion, okay? So if you've saved it to the cloud, then, yes, Gary, there are. I would encourage you, and I'm gonna keep going with you, Ion. Just want to help Gary for a second here. I would encourage you to take a look at the 20 short lessons, okay? That should get you up to speed. You know, what is a top list? Well, right from the beginning, download, okay? What is the channel bar? What is a top list? What is an alert window? Creating them. So take the time to go through these. Very simple, I think. They're not videos. It's all text-based, okay? So I think that'll really help you, you know, if you're brand new to Trade Ideas, okay? Okay, so Ion and anybody else, if you want to add, like here I've got in the channel bar, notice I've got my pre-market and my market open channels. These are, so all you do is this, click on the gear, little gear to the left of where it says channel bar, click on that, edit. This is not, you know, we have to have a better way of doing this, make it a little more intuitive. But anyway, this is what it is now. Click on edit channels. Click on add a channel. Now, you can click on select from cloud. This is why I'm saying, if you've saved your layout to the cloud, you know, your layouts, you know, this is all file types, so you can just go to the layouts. This is what the layouts look like. Okay, there's the icon. So all you do then, you just would highlight it, select it. Okay, then it would. I'm not going to do it. Then it would appear here. Give it a name. And say okay, I think a couple of times. And then it'll be here. You'll see it up here. Okay? So just quickly again. The gear to the left of the channel bar, where it says channel bar. Edit channels. Add a channel. Find it, select it from the cloud, find it, highlight it. When you do, the string will appear here. And then you just click select. And then you would give it a name. Just give it a name. And, you know, you want to get real, oh, good, okay. You want to get fancy, you can upload an image. I don't, but I mean, you can, if you want to get fancy, you can do that. Guys, JNCE and BZH over 18. These are days I don't get tired. Oh man, this is this might give me $1 on where I got in. Never expected this. Not with that float. Oh, it is a low float. I thought that was 292 million. Well, that's why. I thought it was 292 million. It's only 29 million in the float. Well, how do you think it's affected the markets, Gary? It's already, I mean, it's already affected it. This is the biggest, I read earlier, this is the biggest percentage increase since the election of any new president for the market. 13% run from when the election, I guess on the 6th to now. It's the biggest increase in history, in modern times anyway. I mean, there are certain sectors, obviously, clean energy, EV. If you can believe that maybe cannabis will get a wider scale in the States in terms of banking and states, so there are certain sectors which are going to probably flourish. Look at this day this is having. I mean, is there some specific news for BZH? I don't see any specific news for BZH. Are they all doing this? Let's take a look at Lennar. Yeah, I mean, there's a nice candle for that one. MRO, is that another one? No. What's that one that starts with an M? Big builder in the States. MHO. Thank you, MHO. Yeah, okay, so all the builders. I mean, look at this. So you could probably have picked a builder. Another low float, 28 million in the float. Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen, William. It's just not. I know what you're saying. I mean, obviously, what will happen is if you try to short something and it's not available, it won't go through if you're using Brokerage Plus. But I don't think that's going to happen. Yeah, here's Nail. Here is one of the home builders ETFs. All right, guys, it is now 2:33, so I think one last time I'll go over, my homepage link, etc. Today is my long day. This is the day in which I do help out on the webinar at 5 o'clock Eastern. All right, so clicking on my home page. What do you mean the alerts window above? Above what? Like, you mean here? Or like where? These are just alerts, I mean, upper left. You're not talking about Brokerage Plus. You're not talking about here. This was I was just demonstrating a simulated trade. Oh, I see. Up here. Okay. I took 3 trades today. Okay. I was able to put this one in. There's really nothing. This is not a room where I'm going to tell you what to buy and sell. I'm more talking about setups, and then, it's up to you. to determine, I talked about the KBH quite a bit. I said, guys, if it takes out, this 23, not KBH, BZH. Jeez. That is another builder, though. And then, I don't tell people to buy or sell anything, but I said, this is going to get me very interested if it gets over 1723. So I, ended up taking this just over that. So there's really nothing to look for in that regard. So let me just, yeah, I mean, if I get a chance, I post, but I mean, most of the time it's more talking. I'm trying to give people an idea about what I'm looking at. And then it's really up to the individual to say, yeah, I see what he's saying. Yeah, I agree or I don't agree. And then you just move on. Like for instance, early on, which one was it? Well, actually, the CLBS. Okay, I took that trade. Yeah, I took a little loss on it as it was posted, and then I said if it gets over 4 something again, I'd like to take that trade. I had the price alert that popped on my screen and it went too fast for me. As an example, okay. So I'm trying to map things out ahead of time for people, and then it's it's really up to you. You being the royal you. If you want to, if if it makes sense to take the trade. Yeah, I mean, we've got some, it's an interesting chart. I mean, we've had some big sell-offs, all these topping tails, meaning they're sell-offs. So, I mean, yeah, you are giving up. I mean, to get to that topping tail, you're giving up about 50 cents, all right? Now, you're willing to wait that because if it does, because you don't know what's going to happen here. I mean, it may get, and then it may sell off again. It's hard to know. It's a relatively low float, 38 million in the float. So, I'd be a little worried about that topping tail. Because again, remember what happened. That was a green candle all the way up there, and it got sold off. I mean, that's a big sell-off yesterday, or that last week. 10.50, and it sold off all the way down to, 9 or so. That's a $1.50 sell-off. That's a pretty big percentage sell-off. Yeah, another example, and it was very, very quick, was the VVPR. It came here. The VVPR came here. There was the alert at 1442. Okay, and I'm looking at a 15-minute chart, but I think what happened is you got that alert at 1442, but it dropped below, and I said, listen, if it gets back up to that 1440 level, I'm in. That'd be a great area, and that's exactly what happened. Now, it was quick. It was really, really quick. That tacked on. I mean, I didn't get the full trade in it, but so that's the sort of thing that I'll do. Because when we get these alerts, this is not a matter for me anyway of just taking the trade. It's okay. Let's take a look. Let's see what it's doing. What's the market doing? Where is there some resistance? And then I'll say, okay, guys, well, it's dropping, but if it gets back up to this level, that is where I'm very interested. And that's, if you find the value in that, then that's typically what I do. All right, so let me just keep going here a little bit. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you'll see. You'll see a way to take out a subscription with a promo code 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. There's a promo code you can use. So just to give you an idea how much it costs. Or full package, the $22.68 a year or $10.68 a year for the standard The big difference, and minus the 15, of course, 15%. The big difference is the AI. There are other differences, but the big difference is the AI, which, obviously gave you that trade right there, the OBLN trade. And others, Kirk was no slouch. Jounce, no slouch. Some really good trades. FULC, no slouch. Some really good trades today from the AI. Good, nice percentage moves. You know what? I just want to take a screenshot of this because we're getting rid of this demo. So I'm wanting to see why I still have that there. Just give me a moment, please. Okay. So now, from my homepage again, trade of the week. That'll be sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. This week's trade of the week did not trigger. I doubt if it's going to now. It is DGLY. DGLY. Somebody said they did a financing. Well, that was on the 12th though. So, okay. So that was before. Okay. So the trigger was 319. It did not hit the trigger price. So it's not that it's a bad trade because it's no trade at all. The trading room recap that I do right here. All the scans that I'm sharing right here. And all of the education links right here. 20 lessons in 20 days. The daily support in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Daily webinars. This is the one that I attend. You can sign up for them all here, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time, all archived. More educational videos, and last, some trading ebooks that we created. Whew. Now, guys, this DSS, now I can't remember what happened here, but it got thumped. Well, not here. Well, it's been on a decline for the last few days, and then all of a sudden today, I'm trying to see if they did a financing or... I don't see any news for DSS why it's down 25%. I'm sure there must be something somewhere. I just don't see any news for it. I don't see it. I don't see the offering today. I absolutely trust that it's there. I just don't see it. Well, isn't that interesting? So it is. Oh, I know why. I know why. My headline. I'm looking at IB. Okay, so there it was at 11:59 p.m. last night. Sorry, 8:35. So it happened last night, yesterday after the market closed. Okay, $24 million. what's happening is I'm looking at my IB headlines, but it's only showing me today right now. Usually my IB is way up to date compared to, but in this particular case, our news was good, more up to date. Well, it has room, I guess. I mean, that's a pretty big drop. What was the financing done at? Okay, price is it at what was the price? It was at 360. Okay, so it was at 360. So I mean, it's above the financing price. So yeah, I mean, it's got room. I mean, it's above the financing price. No, whether it's going to keep filling this in, I mean, but it is above the financing price at least. Wow, ADMP. I mean, this is sort of a sleepy one here, but there was on 123, 165 now. Did pull back from the abnormal option activity scan. And again, a manageable number of alerts today. Boy, JNCE. It's a great day for the AI guys. I mean, on the re-entry for OBLN. But, Johns 1060, 1150. Kirk is, well, actually, Kirk was higher than that, 2383. I'm sure it was higher than, yeah, it was up to here. I mean, it was $1 higher at one point. Anyway, lots of good stuff from the AI today. And KRKR, wow. Look at this. Look at the volume that just came in. What a move. I mean, from 480 to 550 in a heartbeat. I haven't seen INUV today other than in the pre-market. Yeah, kind of snoozing. I mean, it's not great to see that big topping tail. I mean, that he's got up to there, but it's sold off. I mean, it was very impressive as a continuation after yesterday's big day. Looking in the pre-market when I first saw it was up here. Yeah, there's that CLSN. Look, great moves today. Look at that, 37%, 13 million. Third of the float, a little over a third of the float traded. Well, this DSS, I mean, it's really intriguing. I mean, it's only got 4 million in the float. So again, one of those things. It was brought up by somebody, YQ. I think I saw this here. No, I definitely, because this is a China education. KRKR, guys, is just exploding. Look at the volume. Look at the volume today. It's not so much the absolute volume. I mean, that's, 2.66. Just look at it relative to all the other days. Look at the week. This is basically today. This is basically all today. But that's that weekly candle. Look at it compared to, you got to go back. I mean, it's just exploding. So the idea is, will it continue tomorrow? And if you're going to ask me, is it? I have no idea. But okay, guys, so I'm just going to type in my message here, closing the room at 3 p.m. I'll tell you in a second here, Stu. Okay, KKR, well, I think it was here. Yeah, it was here in my, just the basic new highs. Okay, so the very first alert for it. Where was it? Oh, here. So the first alert was at 12:33, and the price was 392 right here. Let's see if it. It's not optional, so that's why it would not appear here in the options. And my guess also. Oh yeah, I can't tell you the first time it appeared, but it was also in the momentum up. I can't tell you the first time. This is just the last time it made a new. This is the last time it made a new high. But I can tell you that for sure, way back here at 12:33, and this is shareable. This is shareable. So you are more than welcome. Everything is here, Stu. Okay. The reason I do it this way, as opposed to like putting links in the room, is that I would be doing that all day long. So I do force you guys to make just to do a little bit of work. And so here's my home page. Click on the home page, and here is all my scans. Click here. All the scans are here. Okay, including momentum up or down, the basic new highs, etc. All my scans are here. So you got to do a little bit of work yourself. Not much. Okay? Well, this DSS is it's on the move. Pretty good. I mean, it's still down 22%. I got just thumped because of the financing. I'm sure they would have liked to have done the financing a lot higher than 360, but it is what it is. Man, oh man, look at this A. Look at EH. I thought this was not the end of it, but I mean, this morning it was starting to drift down, and then the market opened. I thought, okay, I mean, eventually profit taking. I mean, this got down as low. I mean, this is like this is $20 right there, 53 to 74. It hit 53 something. It's at 74, $20. EH. You too, William. Always a pleasure. Here's that YQ. So this has probably, yeah, this must have been an IPO here. I think he's kidding. Oh, he's not kidding. Oh, okay, you know. Okay, yeah. I mean, another one. That's a crazy. In fact, this is not. I don't. I refuse to believe this is an IPO. I think what happened is because of that float. I mean, it's possible it's an IPO, but I think maybe this was a symbol name change. One of our crack investigators will tell me. Crackpots. Oh, I just because of that float, that's so low. I mean, to do an IPO with 1.8 million in the float is probably absurd. So, my guess is it's possible this was a symbol name change here. It was an IPO, really. With that amount in the float. Wow. Okay. I stand corrected. I sit corrected. Gotta watch what I say around real. Yeah, some of them are the same. I mean, Stu, if you took a look at the scans and check the filters, I'm sure some of them are going to be very, very much the same. I mean, the squeeze me in theory is going to have a short float that's going to be pretty high, okay, percentage wise. And so the idea being that if a stock is in play for whatever reason, and there's a large short float percent, that means a lot of those people who are short are maybe scrambling to cover, which fuels more buying. That's what the squeeze me is all about. And the short squeeze is going to be sort of the same. I don't think it's got anything to do with Bollinger Bands or Keltner. I think it's just really focusing on that short float percent. So when you look at this one, there's a float of 35 million. 4.5% of that is short. So GME is a classic example. I mean 138%. So I mean that's naked shorting. Okay, no, it's not what it sounds like, but anyway, naked shorting. So that's why it can be over 100%. So that's why I mean this thing has just absolutely exploded. I haven't even looked at Bitcoin. What is Bitcoin doing right now? Okay, so the short growth. So these numbers get updated twice a month. Okay, that is typical. The float, the short float percent, they get updated twice a month. So let's just say that the next update, this was 130% instead of 138%. So that would be the short growth would be minus. It would be. Make sense? So if that number moved down, that would be minus, as opposed to if it went from 138 to 150, then you would divide 138 into 150 and get the short growth percent. That would be an increase in the short float. So when the short float decreases, when the short float percent decreases, that's when you're getting a negative number. Okay, makes sense? Well, I mean, it can be a squeeze. I mean, squeeze gets thrown around a lot. I wouldn't worry so much about whether something is squeezing or not. Look at KRKR. You too, real. This was a great day. You're asking for a strong 5 minute uptrend. Well, you can see stocks that are move the most in 5 minutes, or the most in 15. 3 5 minute charts, things like that. I mean, we do have changes. If you I'm answering somebody in the our YouTube room. So if you type in change as an example, so the change in 5 minutes, change in 10 minutes, change in 15 minutes. So you can use this and you can say, okay, I want the change in 15 minutes to be a certain percent, which is going to show you something like this maybe. Or you can do things like add this as a column to a top list window and then sort on that column. And you'll see the ones that have moved the most in, say, 15 minutes or whatever time frame you want. Does that make sense? The other thing, I mean, you can have consecutive candles. I mean, if you're looking for, 3 consecutive 15-minute candles up, things like that, three or 3 or 4 consecutive 5-minute candles up. We do have a consecutive. So that's showing a pretty strong trend also. Consecutive. So consecutive candles. So, in your particular case, if you thought a strong trend was having 3 5-minute candles in a row up, you could use this. Add the filter, put a minimum of 3. You can try these out. Doesn't mean that just because something goes up 3 consecutive candles, it's going to continue, but so I don't have a ready-made scanner for something like that. But I'm just trying to give you an idea about what you can maybe construct. Hey, it's 3:03. All right, guys, I think I'm talked out. So thanks a lot for all the help. And we'll do this all over again starting tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So I hope everybody has a great evening, and we will see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Bye-bye.